Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah. Welcome to another episode of Haqiqatjou, where we discuss religion and politics, the two least controversial subjects. As always, I'm your host, Daniel Haqiqatjou. And today we are going to do a deep dive analysis and reaction to the very interesting debate between Piers Morgan and Nick Fuentes. Now, we've covered Nick Fuentes before on the show and discussed him. And a lot of Muslims are fans of Nick Fuentes, others not so much. And we're going to see, why is it significant to be talking about Nick Fuentes and paying attention to what he is pushing on his platform and now increasingly on mainstream platforms like Tucker Carlson, like Piers Morgan, etc. So this was a very interesting clash. It was very entertaining, and we're going to watch it. We're going to react to it. But before we do that, don't forget to subscribe to our newsletter. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so that you get informed whenever I go live. And leave me a comment. I'm going to be showing your comments. If you have some good, funny comments in the chat, I'm going to be sharing that as we watch this debate. So leave me some funny comments and I will display them on the screen, okay, in the chat. And if you have a super chat also, I'll react to it, inshallah. So why is Nick Fuentes important? Like, why should we as Muslims pay attention to Nick Fuentes? And the reality is that he represents a kind of post-liberal America, like a post-liberalism West. And we know that liberalism is dying in the West. Liberalism is on its way out as an ideology, and it's a failed ideology. It's been dominating the world, you could say, for the past 200 years. If you want to be more specific, or you want to narrow it to the specific type of liberalism that the post-independence world has experienced, post-World War II, then it's been, 80 years. So that regime, that world order is quickly coming to an end because of economic factors. The United States is on its way out as a superpower, and other countries like Russia and China are ascendant, and they're not liberal. They don't ascribe to the same kind of liberal values. They're more nationalist, populist. So liberalism, it's on its way out. What could a post-liberalism world look like, or a post-liberal America or post-liberal West look like? And Nick Fuentes kind of is a representative of that post-liberalism West. He is more religious. He is anti-feminist. You could say that he is misogynist. You could say he's racist or post-racial. You could say that he doesn't have the same kind of reverence for these kinds of ideas, gender equality, racial equality. He doesn't really care, as he will mention. He doesn't care about the Holocaust. He doesn't care about Jewish sentiment. He's actively opposed to Jewish power. So these are things that he represents. And as you can tell, like, the whole reason that he's on Piers Morgan is because he's very popular. He is not just some random loon at the corner of the dark web. No, he's actually become a mainstream political figure. And that's why someone like Piers Morgan or Tucker Carlson or Steven Crowder or whoever has to contend, has to respond to Nick Fuentes' critique of this kind of liberal global order that is heavily controlled by Jews and Zionists, and this is what we are seeing with this debate. Now, Muslims, unfortunately, because of a lot of lack of backbone, a lack of spine, have adopted many of the same kind of taboos, many of the same kind of ideas from the liberal order in an attempt to ingratiate themselves to the liberal order in order to be model minorities under the liberal world order. And so they've adopted, these kinds of ideologies towards, in terms of feminism, in terms of liberalism, secularism, in terms of this kind of Jew worship as well, through interfaith dialogue, etc. Literally going and visiting Auschwitz or going to synagogue and saying how much you respect this or that rabbi. So that's something that we see from a lot of the Muslim religious leadership and political leadership. And Muslims need to catch up. Muslims need to realize that this kind of ideology, this world order, is on its way out. Ideally, Muslims would just be independent in thinking and really stick to what the commands of the Quran and the Sunnah and the religion of Islam. Ideally, that's what I advocate. But if they're not going to do that, if they are going to just try to ingratiate themselves to a liberal world order, I have bad news for you. It's on its way out. It's being dismantled, and you can see the symptom of that is the popularity of someone like Nicholas Fuentes, this 27-year-old political commentator from Chicago. And you can go to the Piers Morgan debate on YouTube, and you'll see all the comments that are in support of Nick and praising him and laughing with him and basically mocking Piers Morgan. You can see that on Piers Morgan's own channel and then on Twitter as well, on X as well. So he's not like, he's representative of a sea change, changing attitudes about these liberal topics. So we're going to analyze that and react to what he says and the strategy that he takes. And I'll tell you as we go through it whether I think Fuentes was successful or not in this debate. Who won in this debate? We're going to watch that and react.
You're a New York Times reader, an NPR fan, a Daily Wire subscriber, or an avid consumer of all things Tucker Carlson. For several months now, there's been no avoiding the subject of Nick Fuentes. And let's be clear, the main reason you're hearing about him is because he's popular. A large number of people, especially young men, are interested in what he has to say. What that says about our society and our culture is the subject of ferocious debate. For many people, it's a grave indictment of an insidious immorality. For others, he's a product of a culture which has turned on its own and left many young people feeling listless and bitter. He's either a litmus test for right-wing hypocrisy on free speech or a walking, talking manifestation of where the lines should be drawn. And a frankly preposterous amount of airtime has been spent on debating everything from his ideology to his sexuality and whether anyone should actually talk to him at all.
If I were writing a glossary entry on the Streisand effect, I wouldn't put a picture of her next to it. I would put a picture of Nick Fuentes.
They have opted to not do so when it comes to Nazis like Nick Fuentes.
Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown.
My concern is that people who are a bit more moderate are deeply alarmed by Nick Fuentes.
I was very happy to see that, Nick Fuentes really passed that test with flying colors.
That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes.
That's the war. Can you get the beef prices down? Not crazy things that Nick Fuentes or these other loons say on social media.
Well, it looks like all the screaming about Nick Fuentes on the internet is finally dying down a little bit.
So now we had on this guy, this Fuentes guy, and never challenged him.
You should have Nick Fuentes on your show and you could ask him questions about that.
The truth is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend all this time talking about Nick Fuentes, but not actually to Nick Fuentes. People who say you shouldn't give him a platform overlook the very obvious fact that he already has a platform of his own, which is often bigger than most of the people complaining, and he uses it to speak unchallenged to his many followers. It's on that basis that I've invited him to appear live and uncensored on my platform, and Nick Fuentes joins me now. Nick Fuentes, welcome to Uncensored.
Hi, great to be with you.
I don't know you. I don't think we've ever met. You can correct me if that's wrong. I know about you. I know that increasingly people are talking about you in a more mainstream environment than you may be used to. So for those of you who know nothing about Nick Fuentes, I want this to be an opportunity to get to the real person. I don't know who that person is, but I do want to use this opportunity to get there. I've seen you talk, as we prepared for this, in exchanges with people and on your show, saying you fear it's going to be very hostile, it's going to be an ambush, all those kind of things. I don't intend it to be overtly hostile. I don't intend to ambush you. I intend it to be an examination of what you said on the record, an examination of what you believe or what you say you believe, and an examination of what your rising popularity says about the state of the conservative movement in America. So those are my goals from this interview. What are your goals? Why are you doing it?
I thought it'd be interesting. And, you know, you've talked a lot about me on your show over the years, and this is the first time you actually extended the invitation. I think it might be the second, actually. I think we talked about doing it during A24 a few years ago, but you've talked a lot about me with the panel, and now you've extended the invitation to talk to me. And I think it'd be interesting for me to maybe clarify some positions and maybe get to know you a little better as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
There is a belief that you have two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable. And then there's your show on Rumble, where you often come across as having, you know, a very unreasonable view on things. This is what Coleman Hughes said about you.
Nick Fuentes knows exactly what he's doing. He is consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which point he plans to pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily on Rumble.
So first of all, what is your response?
Who's this guy? Like, I don't know who this person is. And Piers Morgan has played 2 clips on his show. I've never heard of this person. And it's not only Piers Morgan, also on X. Like, a lot of the conservative influencers, Republicans are sharing this person. Culver, I've never heard of this person.
Response to that?
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press, which is run by Barry Weiss. So I think you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel partisan. Free Press is just bought out by CBS for $150 million by Larry Ellison or his son David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular point of view. We can't pretend like that's coming from a vacuum or from some fixed position. That's coming from a propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But second, I would say he is right about the 2 personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic because for a long time I had an audience that was small on these like dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is. And so I had a small following and we had sort of like an in-group sense of humor and memes and things like that. And you talk about it one way on a freewheeling live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting and we make jokes and we play devil's advocate. We play with different positions. But then when you sit down in an interview like this one and people ask me a good faith question, what do you actually believe? Well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical. I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing. I know you grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. Tell me about your early years.
Or early how? Like my childhood or a little bit later?
Yeah, your childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you say. My parents are ethnics. You know, my father's half Mexican, half Irish. My mother's Italian. And they both came from a pretty rough upbringing themselves. They both were raised by single mothers, not because of divorce, but because both of their fathers had died. They endured a lot of dysfunction. And I think that's one of the reasons they came together and they related to each other and they wanted to create a normal upbringing for their children. They wanted to have a normal family life. And so they moved out to LaGrange Park away from the city. And they raised me and my sister and really put us first. I think that's a big reason why I tend to have a lot of these family values or Christian values. My mother quit her job and stayed at home to raise us. And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family. And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town. And maybe we can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. Everybody was maybe half Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball town. I played baseball for many years. In Chicago, we love our hot dogs. We have our baseball parade and get a hot dog. And so I love where I came from. I love the city. It's a working class city. I love the people here. They're very good, humble, down to earth, decent people. And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University. And I read a lot of things online, and I realized the country does not look like LaGrange Park. It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. It looks very different. The country's undergoing a radical transformation because of immigration. And so I saw that, and I said, this is not really a desirable change. I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or certain parts of Boston as much as I like where I came from. And I guess that's what made me an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America.
So is this true? Like, is America changing very rapidly such that within a few years, within 5 years or 10 years, you notice like a big difference in the country? Yes, that is true, actually. He's very correct. And this causes alienation. It causes feelings of like you are a foreigner in your own country. But is it because of immigration? Is it really just because of immigration? I can concede that immigration is a part of it. It certainly is a part of it, and it's something that is happening in America. There's a big push to bring in huge segments of other countries from South America mainly. And that is changing the makeup of major cities in the United States. But I would say that it's much more than just immigration. Like the big problem, like the biggest problem in terms of changing America or changing any country is a liberal secular ideology that pushes progressivism. The idea of constant progress, that you have to generate moral and scientific progress as a society in order to advance yourself, in order to advance humankind. And this is something that obviously is a big part of what I preach against, a big part of the debates I often have, whether it's with Christians or atheists or ex-Muslims. The progressive ideology is what changes societies in this seismic way. And you can just see with new technologies like social media, like video sharing technologies on social media, like AI. Things like this are what change people's psychologies, change people's way of life, change the fabric of society as we know it. And the pace of change has been just so dramatic, especially in the past 20 years, that it causes this kind of alienation from society, and it leaves people with psychological problems, or with a cynicism or a hatred for society, for others. It causes you to be alienated from your fellow man in many ways, when you're really your entire world is being mediated through a screen. You know, look at the amount of screen time that people have on average, and how that's changed in the past 10 years, in the past 20 years. So technology and this drive for more progress in terms of more morality, that's another dimension of it, but also scientifically in terms of technology, moral change. Like, look at the feminist movement and how all of these patriarchal norms, these gender roles, they have to be amended, they have to be updated, we have to get on the right side of history. That kind of moral progress, so-called moral progress, accepting different sexualities, recognizing that there is more than two genders, just the different kinds of roles and responsibilities that you have in your family. Traditional families, you know, have rules and expectations for example, taking care of the elderly, or having certain kinds of connections between parents and children. All of that has been amended. All of that has been completely eroded. And that is what causes this kind of change that people are suffering from, and they are getting sick of, and they're now reacting to in this angry way. So immigration, I would say that yes, it is actually it will have a huge sociological impact if you bring in 10 million foreigners in your country. And that doesn't matter if it is a Western country or even a Muslim country. Imagine, like, and this is a kind of complaint that Muslim countries have as well. Like Muslim countries, like in the Syrian war, a lot of starting with the Arab Spring back in 2011, you had many Syrian refugees going into Muslim countries like Turkey, like Egypt, like Jordan, and elsewhere. And the local Muslim population that are also Arab, they're also Arab, or in the case of Turkey, they're Turkish, but they're still Muslim. Like, they reacted negatively. They reacted very negatively to the influx of Syrians coming into their country. Similarly, in Bangladesh with the Rohingya, there's a lot of societal problems that arise because of the Rohingya refugees leaving Burma or Myanmar and as refugees and coming into Bangladesh. That causes societal tension. But so there's no denying that. There's no denying that kind of reality. Like, we have to recognize that that is the reality. Pierce is going to deny that reality, and that's why he's going to fail in this segment of the conversation. But I'm just pointing out that immigration is a relatively small piece of the puzzle.
So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that, but
well,
that's kind of where I came from.
My first obvious question is, were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were their grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume there were immigrants in your family who came to the US. Is that correct?
There were. I believe my mother was fourth generation and my father was third generation. So their ancestors came here on my mom's side in the 1860s, I believe, the first wave of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors, I think they came around at the turn of the century in 1900.
So your view of immigration, and we'll get to the specifics about your views on immigration, are they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist as an American?
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American. Certainly that's influenced in some measure But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now. And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion. It's not the same as it was. So first, you have a qualitative difference. My ancestors, for the most part, I have 3 European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, 1 from Mexico. They came from Europe. They came from a society where there's a common ancestry, there's a common religion, common civilization. The people that have come in since 65, since Hart-Celler, they're coming from China, India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Venezuela. And so first, they're just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative difference. There's way more, and it's an unceasing, always increasing wave. For the first 3 or 4 waves of immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants and then it would stop. And then you'd have another wave and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps going up for 35 years and it's too many. So that's really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate from. I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But you mentioned,
can't even call it the same thing.
But you mentioned Mexico in that list, and your father is half Mexican. So,
yeah,
I mean, by your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total immigrants that came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have 0 immigrants forever, or even 0 immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents, that came here even earlier. Up until 1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10% of them coming from Mexico or Latin America, maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now. Now you've got 10 million illegals in 4 years under Joe Biden, and you got millions more legal immigrants from China, India, Venezuela, El Salvador. And it's so many with no break for assimilation, and they're all from non-white countries. It's transforming what America is. And again, that's the distinction. That's what makes it unacceptable.
Yeah, so actually, let me wait till Pierce says the next portion. But here is a comment or a super chat from Abdullah saying, Assalamu alaikum, do you agree that the rise of people like this kid is a result of the vacuum in the system, lack of responsibility in the political landscape? I would say that he's not a kid. Like, he's almost 30 years old, so I don't think we should characterize him as a kid. He's clearly very successful despite great odds against him, being completely banned from social media for years, for a decade pretty much. So I wouldn't call him a kid, and I don't think that it's a result of a vacuum. I think that he is a reactionary. He is responding to problems that many people experience, the grievances that the Western populations, in large numbers, by significant percentages, they feel they feel that there are major problems in their society. They feel like things are going downhill very fast. They feel like they're not in control, and they feel like the elites who are in control are not doing anything to make their lives better. And they're given their promise. Their liberalism gives certain promises to people that you are going to be able to, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This is what you're going to enjoy. And people, this is guaranteed by the founding fathers. This is something that is really in the DNA of liberalism, is that everyone will have these pursuits. And that promise is not being delivered upon. This is how the people feel. This is the sentiment. And so there's all this grievance, and he's a voice for that kind of grievance. He's articulating in a way that resonates with people, and seems to be hitting all the right points for them. So we have to acknowledge that reality, not deny it, not deny that, oh, well, he is being successful despite, the reality of where people are at and how they view the world. No, he's a good representation. And we have to contend with that reality.
I always believe everybody is a product of their environment. Right? I've interviewed thousands of people. Maybe 3, 4, 5,000 people from all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last few days. There was an episode of
Okay, let me respond to this. But America is an immigrant country. Nothing in American culture is original. This is a brain dead take, unfortunately, because every country is a product of migration. Like every single country, every single region is a product of migration. Humans are constantly migrating from one region to another. This is just the way that human civilization has been and human history has been. And what's funny is that Muslims, someone like Ilhan Omar, for example, will claim that there is something like an essential Somali, like an essential Somalia. Or some of these Iranians will say, oh, the Iranian people and Iran as an identity extends back thousands of years to ancient times with the ancient Persian kings. And they want to be nationalistic and have that kind of conception of a timeless national identity for their own nation. But America has no culture. America has no essential identity or essential race or ethnicity. And this is not consistent, and it's also not accurate. Like, it's not accurate. In the same way that Iran, like modern Iran, or modern Pakistan, or modern China, or modern Indonesia, they can have a national identity that is based on, the past 50 years or the past 20 years in certain cases, and a population that you can't really go back more than 5, 6, 7, 8 generations for them being native in that land, and they can claim that, okay, this is our nation. You can do the same thing with America. You can do the same thing with England, with any of these Western countries as well. It just becomes an arbitrary line that you draw, and you say that, well, America has just more recent immigrants compared to these other countries that have stricter border control. Like, so basically the ability for America to have a culture and identity is contingent on like 3 generations lasting in the country, or is it 4, like 4 generations, 5? Like, what is the arbitrary cutoff point that you want to say that, well, America is a country of immigrants, as opposed to Algeria or Morocco or Egypt or wherever? This is not consistent. So I'm not, and I feel like this kind of argument that is being made by some Muslims and obviously liberals, like they're just making a liberal argument, first of all. Like, you're just getting this, like, oh, America is an immigrant country. Like, this is a liberal narrative that you're just adopting, first of all. And second of all, like, this type of liberal argument, it masks a deeper reality, which I explained. Like, people are very dissatisfied with the amount, like the quantity of people. And even Nick said that, like, it's very different in terms of quantity, like the number of people that are streaming into the United States. That will cause issues. That will cause societal issues. And even if we look at the Sirah, when we look at the Hijrah, and we look at the Ansar and the Muhajirun, there were conflicts amongst the Sahaba. There were conflicts between the Ansar and the Muhajirun, who are coming from Mecca to Medina. And the way that those conflicts were resolved is there was an underlying religious identity. There's an underlying religious identity that was emphasized, that we are all Muslim, whether you're Ansar or you are Muhajirun. We're all Muslims, and we are here to serve Allah, to worship Allah, and to serve the Prophet, his messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And that's how you can get cohesion when two people, even though they were Arab from the Arabian Peninsula, coming together, you're going to get those kinds of conflicts. Now, what kind of conflicts are you going to get when you have people who are from different religions, different cultures, different backgrounds coming socioeconomic backgrounds coming and being forced to live together and mix together. Don't you think that will cause tension, conflict, crime, dissatisfaction, grievance? Like, don't you think that is inevitable? Of course it's going to be inevitable. So how do you solve that? Like, how do you address that? You can't just deny that it is a thing, that this is a real phenomenon, and that when you do that, like what Piers Morgan is trying to do, you look like an idiot. Like, you look like you don't care about people's lives. Like, you don't care about them. You're just, for whatever reason, this is not a good strategy. This is not a good strategy for addressing the kind of arguments that Nick Fuentes and other nationalists make. We have to think of a different response, a different approach.
Your podcast, where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, you said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And you also shared another story about your family and restaurants. It said, before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, is, do you think you grew up in a racist environment, that your father was inherently racist, and that thought process moved to you?
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the story.
And I will. And I'll
I'm not trying to ambush you.
As
I said at the start, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not an ambush.
Nick, to be clear,
I think
I'm not
understands.
ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you revealed on your podcast. It's you that's put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of what you refer to as, they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans in that instance permeated to you. It's a reasonable question.
Yeah, no, like I said, I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll address it. I'll engage with it, and I'll defend my father from the charge of racism.
Sure.
No, my parents are not racist, and they've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school in Chicago in the South Loop where they instructed people on how to shoot firearms. It was a security school, and most of the clients were black. And I believe actually one of their clients was Larry Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story. And so most of their clients would come in from the south side of Chicago. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so my family being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish, Mexican, in the West Side on Taylor Street, all over the city. My family for many generations have lived near and around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people. And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years, the older generations of black people were very respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill, and they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail. But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability for the black people. And now Chicago has become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city. They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers. But they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event. and they light up the trees, and they, you know, there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year, and you had a bunch of black people there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed in the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city, and we're looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days. And so, you know, again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment. I am. And so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And I think anybody in Chicago will tell you the same.
I live in London. It's one of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
But it's not the same.
Well, actually, it's a big, diverse city. The only difference is we don't have the gun violence because we don't have guns. That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that with you. I have got into that before in America.
You got a knife problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems with
Aladdin.
We have problems with violent crime. I make no pretense of it. So the idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not in Chicago.
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it. But I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product.
So again, like, why does what is the proper response to this? Okay, what is the proper response to Nick Fuentes's claim that you have immigrants, not only immigrants, but you also have like non-whites, like he's specifically talking about the black population, but in other places he might talk about the Hispanic population, and you can say that in terms of violent crime, it is at a higher percentage when it comes to these demographics. Like, how can you address that in a compelling way and not engage in what Piers Morgan is about to do, which is just liberal denialism and saying that, well, this is just racist, this is politically incorrect, how dare you, like clutching his pearls. Like, how can you respond? And this is an important exercise for Muslims who are engaged in these debates online or with family or whatever, because we're immigrants, like many of us are immigrants or from immigrant backgrounds. And how can we respond? Because look at how Piers Morgan is going to fail to respond, and he's going to be made to look like an idiot by Nick in this exchange. I want you to think about how you can actually respond in an effective way to someone like Nick Fuentes.
Of your environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity. When I read that anecdote, which, just to remind you, it's not something I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said this already.
No, but you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with black Americans. Is that true?
No, well, see here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays, this stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family. So
okay, so when you told the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which clearly on the face of it is racist, right? You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about where you would go as a family to eat. Are you saying, well, I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand why when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't eat at Olive Garden because he said that's not real Italian food. Hang on, can I? What's with the interruptions? Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led me to conclude a certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists. And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers.
One thing that this comment, Relatable Panda, is saying, he's saying, to be honest, I get where anti-immigration folks are coming from. I won't want my homogenous country to lose its original demographics, but Australia and America are different because they're already majority mixed race. I don't think this is true at all. I think that many Muslim countries are also highly diverse in terms of ethnic makeup. And they were kind of designed that way when they drew up the borders with the Sykes-Picot Agreement earlier in the 20th century. They were divided up. Like you have a country now called Iraq, and here are the borders, and it's multiple ethnic groups that are living in Iraq, living in Jordan or Transjordan, living in what we define as Syria. Look at how diverse Syria is, not only in terms of ethnicity, but also in terms of religion. Same could go for any number of these Muslim nations. They're very ethnically diverse, and they have a lot of mixing, genetic mixing as well. It's not just America and Australia or Europe. So this is factually incorrect.
And these people come, well, you're a boomer, I guess, too, in a way, 60. Right? You were born in what, 19? Yeah, so you're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer. I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society, but you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist. And I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story is that it was a joke, okay? I want to come to...
By the way, I think it's inappropriate for Piers Morgan to talk about Nick's family. I mean, he's trying to just rage bait Nick, and basically he's doxing Nick's family. Like, this is completely inappropriate. And Nick has a right. I mean, he's handling it pretty well, but I mean, this is really out of line for Piers Morgan to attack his father. And then his defense is, well, you brought it up on your show. Yeah. Nick can talk about his family members. Like, Nick can do that because that's his family. That's his father. He can talk about his family. You have no business to talk about his father, to talk about his family, and to interrogate Nick about that. That's completely inappropriate, and it's irrelevant. Like, what does Nick's father's views have to do with Nick? You know, can't you address Nick's views and his perspective head on without involving his family? So this is like a really low tactic, and it's often used against me as well, trying to attack my family and implicate me on the basis of my family. Like, this is completely a low, ugly kind of thing to do, and it reveals that you really are in a weak position. Like, Piers Morgan doesn't have anything better that he can bring up against Nick, to hold against Nick, except to go after his dad. And so early in this interview, bringing that up, it's quite shocking.
Something else you said, this is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks. Let's just take a listen.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah. Yes.
But all of them?
No, for the most part.
What does the most part mean? What percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that, 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that. You just said blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
Do you think it's funny or?
I think, yeah, I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
Do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get high fives all the time. They say, Nick Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son went to Chicago
Inglewood.
University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was just remind me again, the percentage of black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100 black US men commit murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true. I've seen other statistics. They say 1 in 20 will eventually commit a murder.
So your rate.
So LaMonkey says, I get that it's funny, but Muslims shouldn't agree with it, LOL. Well, that's the thing. Like, if these are statistics that are being cited, and you know, when it comes to violent crime, the proportion is higher amongst African Americans in the United States. And when you look at a country like UK, United Kingdom, or you look at France, or you look at Germany, or you look at any of these other Western countries, the percentage of, or per capita violent crime committed by immigrants is higher. That's a fact. That's a fact. And the challenge that I gave you is, how do you respond to that point without basically violating Islam, like Islamic values in terms of the equality of the races? Like, we don't say that any race is inherently bad or any race is inherently inferior or superior to any other race. How do you respond without denying the fact, without denying the reality? Well, why? Like, can we ask why there might be higher crime amongst certain groups, certain races, certain demographics? Like, can we ask why? Can we try to explain it? Like, given the larger conceptual framework that I've already started laying out for you earlier in this stream. So let's think about it.
It means that you're saying that 5 times as many black men commit murder as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, on X by Data Hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100, or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But, I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
sure,
this is
a lot of
white
white people commit murder too. Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population. Blacks are 13%.
Mm-hmm.
And I think anybody would tell you that more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people. And people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property.
There is a socioeconomic factor, but if you even account for socioeconomics, this is what a commenter is saying. It's saying it's socioeconomics, not race. Even if you account for socioeconomics, there still seems to be a racial correlation with higher violent crime. So take that out of the equation. Like this is also a liberal argument. Take that out of the equation. This is not going to solve the issue to just point to socioeconomics.
Tax.
Most mass shootings.
What's with the interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on the public transit, the subway, the blue line, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really, unless you want to say that's another of your jokes. But you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview,
I mean, this is something that has a basis just biologically. It's called in-group preference. So people who share similarities are going to be less hostile to each other. That's the in-group preference that is biologically inbuilt in human beings. So it can be similarity on the basis of race, ethnicity, similarity on the basis of culture, similarity on the basis of religion and religious values. You have a in-group preference where you're naturally going to be less hostile and more willing to benefit or help, cooperate with those who are in your group, who are more similar to you, as opposed to those who are more different than you. It's in-group versus out-group preference. This is something that is inherent to human nature, and it is something that liberalism obviously denies. Liberalism says that no, if you have a preference for your own group and you are going to be more likely to cooperate with them as opposed to the out group, then that makes you a bigot, it makes you racist, it makes you hateful. And this is the kind of liberal critique, because liberalism doesn't accept that component of human morality. But in Islam, we also have this concept. We have the concept of an in-group versus out-group preference. It's called al-wala wal-bara, which in Arabic you translate, it means loyalty versus disassociation. You're supposed to have wala, a kind of loyalty to other Muslims. Other Muslims, you should have a loyalty to them, and all else being equal, you should prefer Muslims as opposed to non-Muslims. Now, this doesn't mean that you can violate the rights of non-Muslims, or you can harm non-Muslims in this kind of way, steal from them or kill them or cheat them. Like, we're not following Judaism, because we're not following the Talmud, because the Talmud literally allows Jews to do that against non-Jews. They have the most extreme, Judaism is the most extreme form of in-group preference and out-group hatred. But with Islam, it's a more moderate, it's a more balanced, that, yeah, we acknowledge the human reality that you show preference towards your in-group, towards the Muslims, versus the out-group, the non-Muslims. But that doesn't mean that you cheat or steal or harm them. But there's not an equality there. There's not an equality there. Now, what Nick is talking about is kind of like a quasi-racial nationalist in-group preference. And he's trying to justify that to Piers Morgan, who is not having any of it. As a liberal, he completely rejects this as politically incorrect and immoral, and he calls it racist. And that label is all that's needed. Like, you are a racist, and therefore there is no need for further discussion about this. He's trying to shut it down. He's trying to stop Nick from actually justifying his perspective. And it's not going to work, because the audience can see, like, well, these points that Nick is making is resonating. It's resonating with us as Americans, for example, or us as Westerners.
You really got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically
because
sure
my father's.
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to the everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody. The difference is you're attacking my father. You know, he could get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear, I have no knowledge about him at all.
Well, then let's leave him out of it.
Well,
Let's leave him out of it if you don't know him.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out there.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
So Musa is saying, according to the Muslim point of view, this is totally wrong. Let me just give you a very common anecdote that a lot of Muslims experience. You try, like you're a Muslim man and you're trying to get married, and you are Pakistani, and you want to marry someone who, a girl who is Bangladeshi. And you go and you try to propose to the father of this Bangladeshi girl, this Bangladeshi woman, and they say, excuse me, you're Pakistani? Sorry, we're only going to marry Bangladeshis. Okay? Or you go, you're Pakistani, you're trying to marry the Saudi girl. You go to the parents. They're very religious parents, by the way, very religious. You know, they're living in Mecca. Actually, they're living in Medina. You want to go marry her? They say, actually, sorry, you're not even Arab. You're not even Arab, let alone from our tribe. We're not even going to let our daughter marry another Arab who's not from our specific tribe. Okay, so and you're from Pakistan. Forget if you're like from Africa, or forget about if you're like Central Asian. This is a very common attitude and sentiment, unfortunately, that we have in the Muslim world. Now, is this attitude, the most evil thing that you can imagine? That's the way a liberal would think about it. Like, this is the most evil thing imaginable. This kind of racism that you prefer that your daughter marry only from your same race. This is the most evil thing that you can imagine. I think that, there could be some basis for having that attitude. But in many cases, it's not correct or it's not ideal. But I wouldn't say that these are terrible, evil people. Sometimes it has a reasonable basis. They want to be connected as parents to their grandchildren. And if their grandchildren are not from the same ethnicity, because they're half Pakistani or they're half Iranian or they're half Tunisian, then they won't be able to connect in the same way with their grandchildren. That's their concern. It's not a hatred for skin color or a hatred for a certain race. Now, that might be the case. But it's not always the case. So I think that we have to be nuanced. Like, we have to be a little bit nuanced and not just adopt like the liberal perspective that this is the worst type of racism ever imaginable, and this is the worst type of evil possible. That's not actually reflective of Islam and even the Islamic scholarly tradition, because there is, like, if you go to the books of fiqh, you will see some fuqaha mention like a consideration for the tribe or the background. Like, that's part of lineage. Like, when you are considering in terms of compatibility, kufua, like you're looking at the compatibility of a potential suitor, potential husband for your daughter. Is it a suitable match? There is consideration of tribe. There is consideration of even race. It is mentioned. It is mentioned. So if you have the view that, oh, this is the worst type of racism imaginable, and this is the worst type of evil imaginable, then you're going to throw a lot of these fiqh books in the trash. And you can say, oh, these people are racists. These fuqaha are racist. And that's what some of these liberal Muslims do, actually. So, like, let's have a nuanced perspective on this and not just adopt a kind of colorblind liberal attitude.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job. And if you go on here and say you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy. And he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low. And I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views. And I think that, so let's leave him out of it. Let's just not talk about my father, because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well,
I'll
then do you
defend
accept
my
that you
views,
shouldn't
and I'll
talk?
defend
Okay,
the anecdote.
listen, that's fine. But then do you accept you shouldn't talk about your father on your show? And you shouldn't tell...
Absolutely not. Absolutely
not.
not.
So it's fine for you to put a story out there which would make most people who listened to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist. It's fine for you to do that. But if I then ask you about it, I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed a line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're being malicious.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, people...
So I like this comment. It's simple. They ruin the family structure of blacks and push drugs into their communities. I think that has a lot to do with it. And what is this system that is doing this? It is a liberal world order. Like, the liberal world order is what destroys families. Feminism destroys families. And it is blacks who have been targeted very specifically by the media. They've been targeted by feminists. They've been targeted by white supremacists, actually. Planned Parenthood. These abortion clinics have been explicitly established within black communities as a kind of population control of blacks and a kind of eugenics program. Like, this was a deliberate plan to reduce the black population, to promote degeneracy, to promote zina, to promote fornication, etc., and then drugs as well. And now that same system, that same liberal system, is increasingly affecting the whites. So you see, there are entire cities that have been destroyed because of the opioid epidemic. There was a crack epidemic in the 80s and 90s that decimated the black community, the black American community. And now you have the opioid epidemic over the past 20 years that has decimated many white lower class communities. So this is definitely a major piece of what we see with black crime. But it's not the entire piece, because they'll say that, okay, even if you will control for socioeconomic factors, there's still a racial prevalence. Like, there's still a racial prevalence amongst this demographic, amongst black Africans, for example. And the response to that is, well, first of all, look at African countries, traditional African countries, okay? Muslims in Africa, and you'll see they have very low rates of crime. They have very low rates of violent crime in those countries, especially in the Muslim countries specifically, where they're abiding by traditional Islam. They still have preserved a traditional family structure. They're still preserving a kind of traditional tribal religious structure. And that makes a big difference, because when people are in a tribal structure where they are accountable not only to their families, but also to the tribe, to the community, they will regulate their behavior. They will regulate their behavior. They're also going to get married young. They're going to get married very young, in their teenage years. And that is one of the biggest preventatives of violent crime, is when people are married and they have a wife and children. Even when they're in their early 20s or late teen years, they avoid crime. They avoid violent crime because they're trying to take care of their family. So family, marriage, accountability to the tribe, accountability to God through religion, like, that is what controls a lot of behaviors and creates a very orderly society. Without necessarily having a muscular centralized state that has surveillance state that can control each atomized individual, you have an organic, ground up type of structure and order that is cultivated because of strong families, strong tribes, strong religion. But as soon as you start secularizing, as soon as you start introducing progressivism, you start introducing feminism, you start telling women, hey, you need to not get married young, you need to go and pursue an education and pursue a career. As soon as you start empowering women, as soon as you start telling people that the most important thing is to get yours and to enjoy life, as opposed to sacrificing for others, sacrificing for God, sacrificing for your people, as soon as you start introducing this liberal secular morality and the psychology that comes with it, that's when you see an explosion of crime. You see an explosion of drug use, okay? Family structure is preventing drug use. Marriage prevents drug use and crime and violence. But it's liberal secularism that actually inculcates these behaviors, and it disintegrates society. It rips society apart from the seams. And that's what you see in many of these Christian countries, because Christianity is more amenable and is more accepting of secularism, because for a variety of reasons that we talked about, like in the Andrew Wilson debate, if you watch that debate that I had with the Christian societies are going to be suffering to a much greater extent once they secularize. But Muslims as well. When Muslims secularize, the society ends up becoming chaos. And when Muslims are immigrating, or they're emigrating from the Muslim world, and they go to these secular countries where there is no strong family, when there's just like this, you have these immigrant parents that are putting their children in secular schools. They're getting indoctrinated with secularism. They're being taught, the most important thing in life is to get yours and to pursue pleasure. And they're consuming all of this media, social media, but also music that is very hedonistic, movies, entertainment. They're being brainwashed into becoming liberal secular people. They're going to participate in more crime. They're going to be participating in more violence. They're going to be participating in more drug use. And that is going to be a big problem for the societies in which they have immigrated to. So this is my analysis of the immigration crisis and the cultural crisis affecting certain populations. Now, again, what about the racial factor? Well, this can also be explained. This can also be explained by the fact that some races just do better, and they are able to thrive more under certain kind of social structures. So if you have a more traditional society, certain races are going to thrive better in that traditional society. And I think that might be the case for blacks. It might be the case for Arabs. It might be the case for certain demographics. Whereas if you take away the traditional structure, the traditional values, that traditional society, and you make it a secular society, they're going to behave worse than whites. Whites are also going to behave worse. Asians are also going to behave worse under a secular system as opposed to a traditional system. But they're going to be able to cope better as opposed to other races. And you can acknowledge that without, it's not racist to acknowledge that. You're not denigrating a race by saying that, certain environments are going to be more toxic. Certain environments are going to be more difficult to cope with or adapt to, or it's going to take more time. Like whites could be, or Asians or Jews are able to cope in a secular system and take advantage of that secular system for their benefit better than other races. That doesn't mean that they're superior. It just means that they're able to cope with a toxic system. They're able to adapt to a toxic system because of whatever genetic background. Like that's the type of argument that I make in debates. Like when I'm debating someone, some of these white nationalists, this is the argument that I make, and they can't cope with it. Like these white nationalists can't really address that type of argument, because who is responsible for creating liberal secularism? Who is responsible? Like which races are associated with ushering in this system, this liberal secular system? It is the white supremacist Europeans in the Enlightenment, and which groups adopted it. It's the Jews who adopted this liberal system. They were early adopters. The whites were the first, then the Jews in Europe. So they've had longer. They have had a longer period of time to adapt and evolve and take on this kind of secular system as opposed to other races, and that can explain the discrepancy in violent crime and dysfunction. That's my answer. That's my answer, and I think it's something that's concordant with an Islamic perspective. It's concordant with the facts, as opposed to just denying the facts like Piers Morgan does, or some of these liberal Muslims do, or people who are duped by liberalism.
People are watching this live. They can draw their own conclusions about whether what I just did.
And they will.
Yeah, and I'm sure afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me with your own words. With your own words.
That's a little presumptuous. I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that. I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism,
I do.
Let's talk about racism.
Okay,
let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of his camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're a racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the point. The point of this interview is to go over the things you've said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you, and to ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it. So I want to play you another clip. This is what you talk about, why white people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So white people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them.
Absolutely. They would be wise.
Why?
Because it's a lose-lose proposition. If you're Irina Zarutska and you don't walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. So no, I think that white people have been beaten into submission, that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young, black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent. And we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that black people, are violent, or the reason there's crime, is because of police brutality, or redlining, or all these other things. They said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them. And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like Chicago, for example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs. And now whether you're in the Gold Coast or whether you're on the Mag Mile or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city, you might get shot, you might get mugged, someone might run up on you. And I tell my followers, it is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other way and maybe keep your life than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's looking a little froggy. I'm going to sit down because I'm a good person and get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it the friendly stranger. There's a crew of them. They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, black people. They approach strangers. It's a robbery crew. And they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you. You know, they grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged, or worse. Sometimes they get executed. And so as a white person...
How do you feel about mass shootings at school?
I think they're bad.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure
in
it's
schools?
white people.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victims?
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime. And it's a different proportion also. Do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men. And I'm just
what proportion
I'm curious. I'm curious.
What proportion?
I'm curious whether your advice would be to people who have kids in these schools.
Wait, is my mic working?
What proportion? Should they avoid?
So this is actually really embarrassing for Piers Morgan, that he is not going to answer this question. It's a significant question. What proportion? Like, what is the proportion? It matters. Like, it matters because he can make the claim, and this is what is really going to resonate with his audience. Again, the average American. Okay, the average American is not like the average Muslim. Let's just be honest. And the average Muslim experience. The average American, okay, is going to resonate with what Nick is saying because they watched the BLM riots. They watched major cities being burned. You know, major areas of major cities being burned to the ground by these riots. And this was a time when everyone was locked in because of COVID lockdowns. And they said that, no, you can't go shopping, you can't go to the gym, you can't go and live your life because of a dangerous virus. But you can go and riot. You can go to the BLM march and basically go and burn the city down. Like, that's fine. Like, people were watching that. That had a huge negative backlash. That created a huge negative backlash against blacks in the United States. And things have just continued to get worse and worse in terms of crime. I know many people personally affected by black crime. Okay, the perpetrators are black. They're not another race. So Nick is going to say that, well, what is their proportion? Like, how many whites proportionally, in terms of percentage, in terms of per capita, are committing mass shootings, school shootings, versus how many blacks are involved in black crime? This is the point that he's making. And again, it's going to resonate with a large segment of the American people just because of the amount of crime that actually exists in America. And people are literally getting robbed. Like, it's something very common. Like, what he's describing is common to the experience of many, many Americans. And unless you are in America and you're in these big cities, you're not going to know. Like, you're not going to realize that this is actually happening. So it might seem like the rantings of a racist person. But the thing is that this is like this response, like this super chat. Last word says, "Brother, I love your work, but you're going too easy on him. You know everyone's racist is a false cop-out, like a liar saying, well, everyone lies. His geo comment about blacks is also atrocious." Yeah, so what does, like, the whole point of this, like, when he doubles down and he says, yeah, I'm racist, what does that mean? What does that mean? Like, he says that he has black friends. He says that he has no problem with black people. Is racism just mean that you have a problem with a person's skin color? Like, what does it actually mean to be racist? Like, what is the racism that he is talking about? He's saying that given the proportion of behavior, a certain type of violent behavior from a certain demographic, I want to avoid that demographic for my self-preservation, because I'm noticing a pattern and I want to preserve myself. This is the racism that he is espousing. If that's racist, then everyone can be considered racist to a certain extent. Okay, everyone can be racist if noticing patterns amongst the population in order to preserve yourself, and you make decisions based on pattern recognition or probability or proportionality, then everyone is going to be naturally racist. Everyone is going to be naturally racist. And again, this is something that's very common in Muslim populations. Now, there's a certain extent where that becomes unacceptable. There's a certain extent where that Islamically becomes unacceptable. And I've acknowledged that. I'm not saying that you should just say that, well, black people commit a higher proportion of crime because of these crime statistics. Therefore, I'm going to boycott all black people, or I'm not going to associate with black people. I'm not saying that that is acceptable. Or, for example, with Judaism. Oh, look at the number of Jews that are supporting the genocide of Palestinians. Therefore, I'm going to interact with Jews at all. I'm going to boycott any type of Jew that I see. I'm going to assume that he's a genocide supporter. That's not the extent that I would take it. That's not the extent that I would take that kind of conclusion. But you can't say that there's nothing to that, or even the thought crossing your head that, okay, this is a Jewish person and he wants to, I don't know, talk to me, or he wants to be a business partner, that I'm not going to consider the fact that his people, like his kind, are very disproportionately in support of genocide. That's not going to cross your head? Tell me in the chat, like, you're a Muslim and there's a potential business partner and he's Jewish, and you don't know anything about him other than the fact that he's Jewish. And then you have another person who is another race, like just say he is white, okay, or say he's Chinese, or say that he's Mexican. Are you, like, you don't know anything else about the people except their race? Tell me very honestly, like, you're going to prefer, or you're going to have no consideration of race in making that kind of decision on who to be your business partner. Now, be honest, like, given everything that we've seen since October 7th and even prior to October 7th, I don't think any Muslim can honestly tell me that they wouldn't take that into consideration. And even with Jews themselves, like in terms of their in-group preference and the nepotism that there is in the Jewish community, like they obviously, like, it's part of their religion that they have to prioritize themselves, like their own group. But anyway, the point that I'm making is that everyone is racist. Like, what that means, if that means is pattern recognition, then yeah, it seems like that's the case. Who can deny that? Islam just simply puts limits on that so that you don't violate people's rights. Like, you don't violate people's rights, but the fact that you're going to take certain things into consideration in different decisions that you have to make, that's just a reality that everyone engages in. And it's only kind of liberal political correctness that wants to depict that as the worst kind of evil possible. That's racism, and that's the worst kind of evil possible. Look, we have to be aware of the social reality around us.
Should they avoid white people at school? Should people with the kids at school avoid young white men at school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are more black people proportionally that engage in violent crime or are involved in gangs, especially in these major cities, than there are white people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population. And everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you. It's 60 to 65% of school shootings by white people.
You're telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people. I'm saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings. Are you...
Like, Sid says, school shooting innocent kids is far worse than gang versus gang violence. Like, gang violence does involve innocent kids. It does involve innocent children. Like, so people are commenting without really understanding the reality of shootings and violence and murder, the homicide rate in some of these big cities, whether it's Chicago, LA, New York, Atlanta, wherever. It is innocent people, like children and bystanders, that are caught up, that, like, they get caught in the crossfire, or they're being recruited, like they're being recruited for gangs, and there are turf wars. They're getting recruited when they're innocent kids. So yeah, I don't know how you can say it's far worse when you just look at the quantity, like the quantity of the gang violence and the criminality is just so much more.
Playing dumb, or are you just not that smart?
What difference does
What's
that
the
make
difference?
to the children lying dead on the ground?
See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference. The difference is in
What I'm
terms
saying
of
to you is, by your logic, if we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people and predominantly young white men, then presumably your advice would be to avoid young white men because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be because they're white, right?
So are you playing dumb, or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Maybe I'm dumb.
You are because you're, well, I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion of white men are school shooters? It's probably 0.00001%. What proportion of black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very high. And I would add to that, even as it concerns schools, why do you think parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people? Because they know that if they go to the black school, it's going to be the Bloods and the Crips. It's going to be gangs. It's going to be, you talk about school shootings. Nobody talks about all the school shootings that are committed by gangbangers in and around the school and all the other violence that's associated with that. I mean, these schools in the south side of Chicago, it's just not livable.
I have an answer for you, Nick. So the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings is actually the same for black and white.
For white people, the proportion of
the proportion
again,
of the
are
population.
you hearing it? No.
See,
What's
I think the trouble with your
proportion?
statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time because you do have a tendency to just come out with a lot of old baloney. And when you say,
okay,
well, it's true. And when you're confronted with reality, you don't like it.
What's the figure? What proportion of white people have committed school shootings? With white people as the denominator and white people that have committed school shootings as the numerator, what's that percentage?
For both black and whites, the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No. Tell me the number, and then
the only focus of your attention is the black shootings, the black crime. You don't want to live around black people. You want to avoid black people. You don't want interracial marriages or relationships that may produce black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white people that perpetrate them, you don't care. You don't have any interest in that. It doesn't exercise your mind. Maybe because
no one's buying this. This
kids.
argument lost. No one is buying this. Everybody understands per capita, and people can even see what you race ahead and say, well, we're comparing the proportion of white and black school shooters. I said, no, compare the proportion of school shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are black, because that was the basis of the monologue, is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent crime, of a robbery, a mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That's the difference, and it's about proportionality. And everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your environment. People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment, and we see what it's like. And the threat, the danger, in terms of probability, it's not even comparable. And I would say this to your.
Before we get to that, look at the American Muslim community, and you'll notice that there are enclaves. You have, even within cities, you'll have the Arab masjid or the Egyptian masjid, for example, the Pakistani masjid, the Bangladeshi masjid, the Sudanese or the Somali masjid, the Bosnian masjid, the Albanian masjid. You have this kind of self-segregation within different parts of the a city, like a major city, and you'll have a little Arabia area of the community. You'll have a city like Dearborn, Michigan, mostly Lebanese, Syrian in that area, Palestinians as well. You'll have New Jersey, and there'll be masjid areas with a lot of markets and restaurants, and they'll tend to be one particular ethnicity. Is that something acceptable in Islam? I would like you all to tell me in the chat. Is that something acceptable, or should we try to break up all of these communities and say, no, this is racist? Why do you prefer, as a Palestinian, to be near other Palestinians? Like, why you, as a Somali, prefer to be in Minnesota with other Somalis? Like, you should just go to the Bosnian masjid. You should just go to the Desi masjid. Why are you being racist? Why are you segregating? This is a question. This is a question for you. And my perspective is that no, like, it's something natural. Like, you want to be with your particular group, with your particular racial group. And Islam accepts that. Islam actually accepts that that is your preference. And there was an explicit hadith on this from the Prophet ﷺ, where a Sahabi came and asked the Prophet ﷺ, I prefer to be with my people, with my tribe. Is that asabiyah? Like, is that jahiliyyah? Is that ignorance? Is that tribalistic ignorance that I prefer to be with my own tribe? And the Prophet ﷺ said, no. No. What is a problem? What is asabiyah? This kind of tribalist, this ignorant tribalism, is if you prefer or you violate the rights of others based on tribe. So the Prophet ﷺ is making that nuanced distinction. Liberalism doesn't make that distinction. Liberalism doesn't make that kind of distinction. Just the mere fact that you prefer to be with your own tribe or your own group, your own ethnicity, however you define it, that is racist, and that is immoral, and that is wrong. Everyone has to mix. And Islam actually doesn't require that. Islam historically, and if we look at the statements of the Prophet ﷺ, that is not required by Islam. You can prefer to be with your nationality, with your ethnicity. The only problem is you don't violate the rights of others and say that I'm not going to deal with you. I'm not going to give your rights as my Muslim brother. Like, I'm not going to return the salam. When you say salam alaikum, I'm not going to say wa alaikum assalam because you're not my tribe. I'm not going to give zakat to you because you're not part of my tribe. I'm not going to visit you when you're sick or feed you when you're hungry because you're not part of my tribe. I am going to have su'adhan, okay, or I'm going to gossip and backbite you, and I'm going to eat your flesh with namima and with ghaiba because you're not from my tribe. Simply because you're not from my tribe. Okay, that is jahiliyyah. That is asabiyah. That is prohibited by Islam. But the fact that you go to the Bosnian masjid because you're Bosnian and you go to the Bangladeshi masjid because you're Bengali, that's not prohibited by Islam. But isn't that self-segregation? Isn't that the self-segregation that is considered racist by liberals like Piers Morgan? So let's have a little bit more nuance in our understanding of these issues. And this is perfectly in line with my pan-Islamism, by the way. Okay, because pan-Islamic alliance means that you have different groups, different countries, different ethnicities, different races that all come together for a common goal to support the interests of Muslims overall. That is perfectly in line with my vision of pan-Islamism. Pan-Islamism doesn't mean everyone has to mix together and it becomes just one big melting pot. That's not what pan-Islamism actually is.
Point. If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're going to run also. And I'm saying the same thing. The difference is the latter happens much more often. It's much more common. You know, in Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in this city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
I'm really not. I can absolutely say, yes, there is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
And black on white also.
Yes, but there is way too much gun violence in Chicago. Right? I mean, it's indisputable. I've got no problem saying that. The difference is I don't then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me. And you've already conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear you then say, I don't want to be living anywhere near black people, they already have heard you say, I'm a racist. So they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would probably dispute that, right?
Well, you're separating two different things. The monologue when I said I don't want to live around black people, that was after Irina Zarutska got shot. And it's true. I mean, they are a largely in this city, in Chicago, the South Side, the West Side, huge criminal population. And I don't want to live anywhere near it. And I do. I want to live in a white neighborhood. I think that that's extremely desirable. And I think even black people do.
Nick, you're perfectly entitled to that view. But when you have obviously prefaced all this by saying, I am a racist, unashamedly, then people will assume that all your thought processes about all of these issues are driven by an aversion to people based on their skin color, which is the purest personification of racism.
Well, it's not an aversion. I would say it's the opposite. I like my own people. My own people are familiar to me, and I think that's true across the board. I think that people seek out other people that are like themselves, and every other group does this, whether it's blacks, Hispanics, Asians. You know, I get a lot of attacks when I talk about that I'm against interracial marriage. And what's funny is that every other group is against interracial or interethnic marriage. Jews,
but you're the
Chinese,
you're the product of an
Hispanics.
interracial marriage.
Yeah, I mean, that's debatable.
Not
Let's
really.
say for the sake of argument, sure.
No, you're the product of an interracial marriage, and your father is part Mexican. You're literally,
for the sake of argument,
the very person you've just told me you want to avoid.
What race is Hispanic? Is that a race?
Well, what do you think it is?
I'm asking you, what race is Hispanic?
Hispanic, of course it's a race. It's called Hispanic.
It's a mix between two races. It's a mix between indigenous Americans and Europeans.
It's not white, though, is it? It's not white.
Well, apparently you're more of a racial purist than me. You got like
not
a
really.
one-drop
You just
rule
keep
thing
saying you
going.
only want to live in a white neighborhood, but you're literally from a mixed race background yourself. You've literally got Mexican blood.
I know, and I live in a non-white neighborhood too. I'm trying to get out of here, though. But I'm trying to get out. But here's the thing:
Do you have any non-white? Do you have any non-white friends? Genuine question.
Most of my friends are non-white. Most of my friends are not, and non-white people love my show.
How many are black?
The honesty.
How many of your friends are black?
Many of them, like at least a dozen.
Wow.
Ye being one who you know, Sneeko being another who you also know.
Yeah. So how do they feel when you say you just want to be away from any black people, walk away from them?
Well, you know what Ye told me? I'll tell you verbatim what he said. That it doesn't come from a place of.
So they cut it out. So Piers Morgan cut that. What Ye said, they cut it out. I don't know why. Maybe it would violate YouTube terms of service, but probably something on blacks. So. I mean, this is it's just entertaining. Like what Nick is doing is he's going to say the politically incorrect thing, and Piers Morgan's whole strategy is to just clutch his pearls and to, furrow his brow and look very angry and upset and shocked. But as people were saying in the comments, like, I don't think Piers Morgan lives in a black neighborhood. I don't think Piers Morgan lives in a black, if he's so like pro integration of all the races together, like I don't see him going and living in the immigrant part of London. And I don't think he's parking his car in certain areas. Like, why is that? Pierce Morgan, if you're so colorblind, if you're so race blind as you want people to think, it seems like your personal behavior is also determined to a certain extent by pattern recognition.
And you use the word aversion. That's the first thing I'll actually dispute.
Okay.
It's not an aversion on the basis of skin color, because that would seem to suggest it's like a stubborn, irrational bigotry. I don't consider myself a bigot. I consider myself a racial realist. I'm realistic about how the races are, and I speak provocatively about it. And I speak provocatively about our tribalistic instincts and tendencies as human beings. And I'm not a liberal ideologue that says that over time and with enough education, we're all going to see this great brotherhood where we're colorblind and everybody's the same. I don't think that's ever going away. I think that race is real. It's not just skin deep. It matters to us and it matters to each other. And Black people know that, and Hispanics know that, and Asians know that. And people like me that have partial Mexican ancestry, we know that too. And I think on that basis, we can have mutual respect and understanding, not aversion based on skin color.
The reason I use the word aversion is you literally said that you should walk the other way if you see Black people. That is an aversion to Black people based on their skin color.
No, that's called economy of information. That's economy of information. That's safety. And I said in the same monologue, if you watch it, it's like, I feel sorry. The problem is you clip the 10 seconds. I don't know if you watched the whole show, but in that monologue, I said, most Black people are not violent or criminals. I said, and it's unfortunate that we're going to offend them when we turn and walk the other way. I said, but the problem is we don't know. We can't tell. And someone like Irina Zarutska, she sat down in front of a Black man with her headphones in and wasn't paying attention because she was being a good liberal and said, I'm not uncomfortable by this. I'm progressive. Then she got stabbed in the neck. And I said, it's unfortunate that you would have to sit behind the Black man to be safe. And if he's not violent or schizophrenic, he might be offended by that. I said, but I would rather offend him
how many
than die.
How many deranged white men have committed atrocious acts of murder in the last 10 years in America?
Proportionally, far fewer.
But how
far
many?
fewer.
How many? Do you know how many?
You have a research team. You pull it up. I don't have it in front of me.
You're obviously extremely exercised by that one story, which was horrific, for the record, absolutely horrific, and should never have happened. The person who perpetrated that evil act had a string of previous offences and should have been picked up more, and it should have been amplified more. I completely concur with all of that. But I just suspect you have no idea how many white people have committed similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from experience. Because it's like you said. Well, and hang on. And I would add to that, Irina Zarutska wasn't the first one. That was also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas.
I mean, pattern recognition, by the way, like I mentioned Blacks and I mentioned Jews. We can also mention whites. We can mention whites, like there are certain patterns, like when it comes to innovating, like new types of degeneracy, like whites are pretty much unmatched amongst the races when it comes to, like, look at where the LGBT movement really thrived, look at where pornography really thrived, look at how fathers are so quick to just let their daughters date, go out and fornicate, basically, like white fathers. Like, we can also generalize about whites as well when it comes to certain technologies that are so destructive to the environment, to society, creating a surveillance state. Like, look at these technologies. Whites like to promote the fact that, we're a high IQ, we're inventing so much, we're innovating so much. Yeah, these are innovations that have caused all kinds of destruction for the human race. So we can also do pattern recognition for whites. And like, I should make that clear. Like, this is not just a one-way street where we start ragging on blacks and the Jews or whoever. It also is something that we can recognize when it comes to the white race. Why not? Like, that's also pattern recognition.
Sure.
After
but
Carmelo
how many
Anthony
times has it
stabbed
been
him in the neck.
perpetrated by white people?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my point.
But you're
and then
implying
not
that
only
white
did-
people don't do this. And my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is of course,
Oh, I never said white people don't do it.
Of course, deranged white people commit heinous acts. But you don't either know.
No disagreement.
You neither know nor care, or maybe both. Maybe you do know but don't care. You only seem to be focused on black people who commit crimes. And again, if you hadn't prefaced the whole debate about racism by openly conceding you are a racist, I could read other connotations into what you've been saying. But once you've said, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think people can watch this and they can say, yeah, he's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven through the prism of being a racist who judges people according to their skin color.
Well, it's funny because it's quite on the contrary. And I said this in a similar monologue. You know, the problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry. The problem is there's a pattern of behavior, which we've all seen. Blacks in America have become narcissistic, and they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism, they're victims of slavery. They've been told, really, there's no accountability. If they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if you act in this way, it's because the white man made you that way. It's because the system's rigged against you. And so we have been telling black people this for a generation, and now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as decent people, not even as white people, but decent people, even black people too, what we hate to see is rudeness, obnoxiousness, inconsideration, criminality, violence. And that's that pattern of behavior that we see all over social media, on the
just to
body
be clear,
cam footage,
you don't like black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
I don't like that pattern of behavior.
And who are narcissists?
I see where this is going.
Yeah,
Are you
ahead
going
of
to
me.
turn this around on
You're
me?
ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said,
Very
what
clever.
black friends have you got? You said,
I am kind of black, aren't I?
No, not that. You said,
Oh, yay,
I'm not
also.
saying you. I'm just saying your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America. Do you understand the problem? So he's your friend. He's one of the very few black people you want to be associated with, but he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic black people.
This comment says, I guess it's Sharik Esmi. I love diversity. I want diversity to exist. I went to Korea. I went to Korea. I want to see Koreans. If I want to go to India, I want to see Indians. If I go to Europe, I want to see Europeans. It's beautiful. Yeah, I agree. Like that is the kind of diversity that Islam encourages. But notice that it's not everyone coming together and mixing in a melting pot and just erasing all differences and saying everyone is the same. There are no differences between races. There are no differences between ethnicities. Nowhere does Islam say that. No one does Islam say that. In fact, Allah says that He created us with different colors and with different tongues so that we will come to know each other. So that we will go, and that's the spice of life. You know, that's the spice of life, to see all these different cultures as Muslims and to go visit different regions of the world. That is something beautiful. That is something that we can appreciate. But saying that, yeah, I want to self-segregate, okay? Because at the end of the day, after you finish visiting Korea, and at the end of the day of visiting India, at the end of the day of visiting Europe or wherever, then you come to your own home, you come to your own people, you come to your own group. That's what most people prefer. Like, most people prefer to go to their own group at the end of the day. So they can appreciate the diversity while also appreciating their own group. And there's nothing in Islam that says that that's contrary to righteousness. That's my point. And I know that this is a point that's a little bit too nuanced for some of you. And some of you have been really, really brainwashed by liberalism, and you cannot stop spamming that I am a white supremacist because you're just a libtard. Like, that's unfortunate reality for many of you. And you're going to get blown out of the water. Like, if you try to debate someone like Nick Fuentes, you're going to lose. You're going to look like an idiot. And if you're a Muslim in the West and you're going to try to use Piers Morgan's arguments, or you think Piers Morgan is making some really good points, I have some bad news for you. You're going to get blown out of the water in the same way that Piers Morgan is, because society has changed. No longer do these libtard truisms actually land. Like, no one actually believes this stuff. Nick is right about that. I'm not saying that Nick is right about everything that he's saying, or that I completely agree with his perspective, with his nationalism, but our critique of Nick Fuentes can't be, oh, you're racist. You're racist, you're a white supremacist, and no, there are no differences between the races. Like, this is exactly like the kind of issue that I have to deal with the IQ issue. Like, Muslims have no clue, many Muslims, on the IQ science. They have no clue about some of these debates. They just want to repeat these liberal platitudes that have nothing to do with empirical fact. It's just, and that's the deception of liberalism. Liberalism wants to say that, oh, our ideology of liberalism is based on science and empirical facts. And that's simply not the case. Like, many of these ideas, like, oh, all races have the same, are the same. There are no racial differences. Everyone's IQ on average is the same. Like, this is not based on empirical fact. Or the genders, men and women are exactly the same. They're the same in terms of their capacities, their personalities, their intellectual capabilities. Men and women are exactly the same. This is not a fact. This is posed as a fact. This is asserted as a fact by liberalism, and you're not allowed to question it. You're not allowed to research it. You're not allowed to debate it. But it's simply not a fact. The actual fact of the matter is that the genders are very different. The races are very different, and it's not just skin deep. And if you're a Muslim and you've just bought the liberal line and you're just perpetuating a liberal mindset, then I feel sorry for you. I feel like you are a boomer dinosaur. Like, you're going the way of the dinosaur, and you're going to really be destroyed in any kind of social interaction or debate with an informed person, like one of these Gen Z Zoomers who are going to eat you alive because they're watching Nick Fuentes, they're watching a lot of other race realists, and they are being influenced by those arguments. And rather than direct those youth in the right direction by acknowledging what is actually empirically true and what is consistent with Islam, you're just reiterating and regurgitating liberal talking points that the Zoomers can see from a mile away and are mocking and are memeing and are laughing at. You are making yourself completely irrelevant in their eyes, in the same way that Piers Morgan is seen as irrelevant.
I disagree. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because Ye, if you've ever met him in real life...
I have, yeah.
Okay, well, then you know. He's nothing but polite, considerate.
Actually, he was very rude to me the last 2 times I interviewed him. He's a supreme narcissist, and he's also...
Well, you keep interrupting me. You're very rude. Are you black? Because you're being very rude by interrupting me right now.
To you.
I'm giving you a hard time, but I
okay.
do want to finish my point. I do want to finish my point about Ye. He is a guy who, when I was with him, wanted to make sure that everybody was heard. Everybody felt included. He's actually a very soft-spoken guy, very polite, and by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people, they gangbang. He notably, if you know about him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger. He rapped about his feelings and girls and his dreams and his ambitions. So no, and by the way, he would tell me all the time, he doesn't even feel black. They make him feel not black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because he's a bit of a nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all.
Okay.
We're talking
he's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite. And we're going to take a little commercial break here, and we're going to come back and talk about anti-Semitism and your views about Jewish.
So that's why I like him. He's an anti-Semite. That's why I like him. That's what he said. Vortex says, I'm an immigrant. I have started avoiding them after my second year. It's just not violence. It's worst attitude ever. Racism and xenophobia. I don't know what them is referring to. Which race you're referring to when you say them. So, yeah, I mean, this, again, like, we have to... There's been a long history of taking the liberal view of race, the liberal secular understanding of race, and just translating it in Islamic terms with a lot of different hadith, a lot of different even ayat of the Quran, and just packaging liberalism and feeding it to a Muslim audience. And so we're suffering the consequences of that now. Like, we have to extract the liberalism and see what actually Islam says. And this is why, by the way, you have many Muslims, when they read certain hadith that aren't widely taught, or certain hadith or certain like statements of the fuqaha, of the Islamic scholars, that are racist, and then they become disillusioned and they are scandalized and they start having these shubuhat and they start saying, oh, I don't know about Islam. Like, there was that example of there's a hadith regarding Yemenis and how Yemenis have wisdom, and I forgot the exact wording of the hadith. And look at the outrage, or look at the outcry that came from that, and how many Muslims were so disturbed by this hadith. By this hadith, it's because you've internalized liberalism. You've internalized a liberal conception, a politically correct liberal conception of race. And that's causing you to find hadith of the Quran disturbing. Hadith of the Prophet ﷺ disturbing. Rather than basing your Islam on what the Prophet ﷺ actually teaches. Okay, so this is the race issue. This is the race segment of the interview, establishing that Nick is a racist, and it didn't work really. Like, Piers Morgan's whole strategy was to portray Nick as a racist, and end of story. But Nick doubled down. He doubled down. He accepted that label. Okay, fine, I'm racist. So what? And that strategy, this is, I think, a win for Nick. He's not backtracking. He's not on the back foot. He's not trying to self-edit. Like, he's doubling down on everything that Piers Morgan is presenting to him. And that's a win. Like, Muslims need to learn about that strategy and understand that strategy. It's like, when you have a well-formed position in Islam, based on the Quran and Sunnah, and a non-Muslim attacks you on that and criticizes you, wants to label you as an extremist, as a terrorist, or as a misogynist, or a homophobe, or whatever, you should double down. You should double down on Islam and say, yeah, well, this is what I believe. But notice how he doubles down, because there's a right way to double down and a wrong way to double down. Unfortunately, some of these idiot Muslims, they double down in the most idiotic way that makes them look stupid. That makes them look stupid. You have to double down in an intelligent way, meaning when you are saying, yes, in Islam, we do have blasphemy punishment. In Islam, we do actually have capital punishment for the apostate. And then you're interrogated about that, you're criticized for having that position, then you give the explanation, like you explain in a reasonable way, in a way that people can understand, a way that people can see the logic, and they will say, ultimately, I disagree, but okay, I see your point. And this is what I do all the time, and whether it's on slavery, whether it's on minor marriage, whether it's on the hudud, all of these things that are contrary to liberalism, whether it's on wife beating, quote unquote, all of these things, Islam is conflicting with a liberal secular morality. I don't apologize. I don't backtrack. I don't tiptoe around the issue. No, I say this is what Islam teaches. But I don't just leave it at that. I explain. I give justification. I provide evidence. I say that why this is superior to the alternative, to the liberal secular alternative. And similarly, like, Nick is standing by his positions and he's trying to justify them. He's appealing to an audience who is ready for those types of arguments. And that's why he's winning. That's why he's winning against Piers Morgan. Okay, so that was the race portion. Now let's go to the anti-Semitism portion.
Jewish people, and indeed what Yair said about the same subject matter. Okay, back with Nick Fuentes. Let's just turn to anti-Semitism. In your interview with Stephen Crowder last week, you answered emphatically that you don't hate all Jews. Is that correct? That's your position?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate any Jews.
Okay. Okay. Let's play this clip.
The reason I've had it is because my opposition to world Jewry and Israel is rooted in absolute, uncontestable fact. We have the truth on our side. That's why we're winning. Because we are telling the truth about the historical antagonism between Jews and Europeans, between Jews and Christians. The theological, historical, racial, cultural, and political antagonisms between organized Jewry and the Christians, organized Jewry and Europeans. And the reason that we are winning that argument is because it's real, it's true. I can prove it. I can show you. I can name the names. I can show you the paper trail, the money. That is why we're winning. That is why all of this is raising the consciousness.
When you say you have this opposition to world Jewry, I mean, it's one thing to criticize, for example, the Israeli government over what it's been doing in Gaza. I've done that myself. When you talk about world Jewry, I presume you're talking about the 15 million Jews in the world, and you are opposed to them. How does that square with your position that you don't hate any Jews?
Well, do you take issue with my use of the term world Jewry?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Or do you take issue with it? Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by it.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry. And do you know that for like 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called the State of World Jewry? Barry Weiss has given it. You can look it up. It's on YouTube. She gives the State of World Jewry address.
But Nick, what do you mean by it?
I mean, you have to talk about, there's a concept of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people. And so where they reside in Israel, the United States, or Europe, or elsewhere, they see each other above, or maybe on a different level, alongside their nationality, their state, wherever they reside. If they're in Germany, France, the United States, they see themselves as part of a transnational nation, of an international nation. The Jews in America, the Jews in Israel, they identify as Israeli or American, but they also have something in common. They identify as part of a common nation, which I would say there's a world Jewish population. It's world Jewry. And world Jewry has representatives. There is such a thing as the World Jewish Congress, where they actually elect, it's democratic, all the local Jewish organizations elect representatives to represent proportionally the Jewish population in their area at the World Jewish Congress. And it's sort of like Davos. It's like the World Economic Forum, but it's exclusively for members of the Jewish nation that exists across the world. And so that's a real thing. And I didn't make that up, and that didn't come from 4chan. It's like I said in that clip, I read what they write. I read their books. I watch these speeches. I watch a speech from Barry Weiss. I pay very close attention. So that's what I mean by that. There is such a thing as it's a nation that exists across borders on a global scale. They're organized, and they have a national self-interest as that nation, as that tribe.
So if you don't hate any Jews, what do you like about them?
I like a lot of things about them. I think they're funny. I think they're smart. I think that they're pretty remarkable people. And as Christians, especially as Catholics, we say they're remarkable. And this has been adjudicated in Catholic doctrine for thousands of years. We say that they're a witness people. And so we actually, there's provisions inside of Catholic doctrine that says we need to give them special protections because they were a witness to Christ's passion. So, this is why you can't clip the show. You have to watch the whole thing. I say this repeatedly in interviews. I do think they're remarkable. By definition, they're exceptional people. It's just that there is a sort of natural opposition between them and Christians because of the theology. We believe that Christ is the Messiah. They don't. They have been a minority in Christian lands for thousands of years, and they have been pushed around and expelled, and they've been persecuted and segregated. And that's why there's a lot of paranoia. There's a lot of distrust. There's maybe some sense of chauvinism among Jewish people. So there is, like I said in that clip, there is an historical antagonism between these two peoples, between Christendom and Jewry, and that has always been the case in Europe. But I don't hate them, and I think I actually sort of understand them in a weird way. I think that because I've studied a lot of their politics, I think I really kind of know them in a way, and it doesn't come from a place of hatred.
Do you have any Jewish friends?
I do. I have many, yes.
But that's weird because you said this.
Jews and Christians have never been friends, ever. Not since Jesus Christ fought with the Pharisees. Have we ever been friends? Not since Saul was leading the charge persecuting the Christians. Not since the Roman Empire, not since the Middle Ages. Never. We've never been friends. We've never been allies. We've always been set against each other, actually. And even here in the United States, it was communist Jews who were the architects of both communism and the civil rights laws that are dispossessing white Christians of their land and civilization.
The Jews and Christians have never been friends ever, except for you and your Jewish friends.
Yeah, so easy. As peoples, as nations.
Got it.
Not saying every individual Christian, and of course there have been Christians and there have been Christian converts to Judaism, Jewish converts to Christian. You're nodding your head, but you're asking this. I'm saying as peoples, they've never been aligned.
As a Roman, I'm a Catholic like you, and I have many Jewish friends. And I'm just trying to compute what you're trying to say, which is Jews and Christians have never been friends ever. And I'm like, well, you have Jewish friends. I have Jewish friends. We're both Catholics. Therefore, we're Christians. It doesn't really quite add up.
Well, like I said, as peoples, there has been an historical antagonism as peoples. And you could even say the same about blacks in the United States. Of course, there were black and white people that were friendly with each other, but in many ways, they were set against each other as groups. And I think that's easy enough to understand.
The reason that many people think you're anti-Semitic is that you have regularly downplayed the Holocaust, and in particular, the number of Jewish people who were murdered by the Nazis. It's been said that you believe no more than several 100,000 have been killed. And I want to play you this clip.
People talk about, well, what about the gas chambers? Well, to the extent that that's real, I find that hard to believe, but to the extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all times and all places. Let's acknowledge why Hitler casts the long shadow. Because that confers a political benefit upon Jews. That's why.
It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there.
You think that's funny?
It's funny. It's amusing what you're doing because, that one was a joke. But do you want to talk seriously about the Holocaust?
Yeah, I do, actually. I do, because I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about.
Why, too soon? Is it too soon to make jokes?
How many people do you think died in the Holocaust? How many Jewish people?
Come on, you have to admit that was funny. You have to admit. Yes, thank you for this commenter pointing out Nazism is evil and Holocaust was real and joking about genocide is evil. Thank you for the comment, but you have to admit, like, too soon. that was pretty funny.
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe 7 million. What's the number? 6 million, something.
Actually, it was 6 billion, you anti-Semite. Not 7 million. 6 billion with a B. Get it through your anti-Semitic skull. I can't believe we're debating what was the number. The number was 6 billion. 6 billion Jews were killed in the Holocaust by the Nazis. This is a fact. Well-known fact.
Like that.
So you
8 million?
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust?
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering.
Definitely more. It was definitely more. 6 million, that's anti-Semitism. That's Holocaust denial if you say 6 million. It's actually in the billions. Billions with a B. And this is why Israel is allowed to genocide the Palestinians, because 6 billion of them were killed. 1,000 years ago in this event called the Holocaust that happened 1,000 years ago. 6 billion Jews died, and that's why they're allowed to just take the Palestinians' land and kill them off. Ethnic cleansing and genocide is allowed for them. They have the right. No one else, no other group, 6 billion of your people were killed. Therefore, you have the right to do whatever you want. That's just the unwritten rule. I'm sorry, and if you don't accept that, you're an anti-Semite. What else can I say? ADL needs to get on you.
All the time. So it could maybe even be more than that.
So why have you doubted the numbers in the past?
I'll tell you why. I really think that every death is a tragedy, however many Jewish people died in the Holocaust. And I'm not a World War II historian, so I'm actually open to believing the official narrative, and I've read some of the conspiracy theories. And to tell you the truth, it's a rigorous debate. But what's interesting about this is in many countries, it's not even legal to talk about it. And that's really where my interest in the Holocaust begins and sort of ends, to tell you the truth, is that if you wanted to question the number, you would be put in jail in about, 17 or 18 European countries. And I think that's really the more interesting conversation, which is that this is almost like a religious dogma in the West. No other genocide, no other atrocity is treated like this. Could you imagine if in the United States they said the number of Palestinians killed in Gaza is 100,000, and if you don't say that, you're going to jail, you're banned on X, you can't have a job? That's the part that's totally insane. And a lot of people, they can't even make up their minds. I think it's actually done a disservice. If your goal, and I'm not saying you as Piers Morgan, but if your goal, if you're an advocate for awareness about this, if your goal is to convince everybody that this is the way the Holocaust happened, I think the last thing you'd want to do is say that everyone that disagrees is in jail and is banned and you're not allowed to say it. So there's really been no open debate about the subject since the scholarship started to be produced about 60 years ago.
But there is.
Business Central says, making light of the Holocaust is a dangerous thing for Muslims and minorities living in the West today. I agree. I agree. That's why anyone who says that was fewer than 6 billion who were killed brutally in that tragic world historical event that has never been matched and will never be matched. There's nothing like the suffering of Jews that anyone has ever experienced. Anyone who makes light of that should be put in prison. Like, I've been very clear and consistent about that. Whoever makes light or jokes about the Holocaust should be locked up for life, if not executed. Like, if the joking is too funny, if you're making jokes that are actually too funny and people actually have to laugh out loud by your joke, then you should be executed. Like, the death penalty, straight to the gallows. That's my policy. That's always been my policy. So let's get that clear. Thank you, Business Central, for clarifying that for any of you viewers. Okay, chat, I better not see any joking. I better not see any joking in the chat, because I'm gonna call the authorities on you.
No debate to be had about the number of people who were murdered. Even the Nazis, in the trials after the war confirmed the numbers. The amount of documentation that was recovered, notwithstanding the attempts by the Nazis to destroy it, the amount of documentation that was saved and preserved and used for trials and for historical record is unprecedented.
So Musa just was getting finished with 100 chats telling me I'm racist. Why are you talking about black people like that? But if we switch gears and we talk about another race, suddenly I agree. I agree. He's on point. Okay, that's really consistent. That's really consistent, bro.
In the history of mass slaughter of human beings. So we have a very clear idea of how many people were gassed to death in the gas chambers. We have a very clear idea of how many were starved to death, were kept in ghettos, died of disease, of forced labor, of death marches. We know how many Jews were slaughtered. It's at least 6 million. What's interesting to me is that you appear to now concede that, which may be news to a lot of your regular viewers who have constantly heard you quibble with the number of Jews who died in the Holocaust. And for the record, just to confirm what I think you told me, you do now accept that at least 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust.
Well, no, I said it could even be higher than
well,
that.
It could be higher. That is true.
I think it's at least.
But you
I think you're
accept
right.
at least.
It is at least. Oh, it's at least 6 million. But
Okay.
it could be 100
Well,
times
people
more
are
than
gonna be
that.
okay.
100 times? So 600 million? No, you're still off by an order of magnitude. It's not 600 million. Add another zero there, buddy. Add another zero, you anti-Semite. No wonder you were canceled and banned. You only think that there are 600 million killed in the Holocaust. See? This is the kind of denialism that's so dangerous for our society.
The people are going to be...
Let me respond to the rest of your question.
Sure.
What you're saying, I understand where you're coming from when you say it has been documented and there are confessions and so on. Let that speak for itself. But you don't see, your show is called Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yep.
But the United Kingdom is censored and Europe is censored. And if you talk about these things, you will be put in jail in many countries. And I think that's where a lot of people start to say, well, if the truth is so clear and if there's such overwhelming evidence, why do you need to throw people in jail for disagreeing? And you yourself said, well, there is no debate. I think everything is debatable. I think everything at least should be debated. And if the evidence is very one-sided, let the evidence speak. Don't throw people in jail. So do you think that Holocaust denial laws should be overturned?
I don't particularly agree with Holocaust denial laws. I don't think people should be imprisoned.
Okay.
Well, because I have a blanket view now, which has evolved slightly actually over the years, that I have a blanket view that speech should not be criminalized, right? People should be allowed to say what they want to say, and they should be then made accountable for what they say. If you have an employer, they can make a view about whether you are the right kind of person they want for their employment, as they would make a decision about anything else you do in life. So I actually believe that speech should never be criminalized, is my personal view. I understand why in places like Germany, they have strong laws about it because they want to move on from what they believe was the most shameful moment in their history. I understand that. Do I want that in my country? No. Am I appalled by what has been going on with free speech in the United Kingdom in the last 2 or 3 years? Absolutely. It is ridiculous that people have been frog marched to prison cells for stuff they put on social media, right? So, yeah, I do. I think what is more interesting to me about our exchange is I was not expecting you to go the opposite way. I was not expecting you to be so emphatic that at least 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. And there'll be people watching this who I think will be very surprised by that, because you have built a reputation for being, if not a Holocaust denier, then somebody constantly questioning in a downward way the number of Jews who were murdered. That doesn't appear to be what your position is now.
The sarcasm was completely lost on Pierce, obviously.
No, and here's what I would like to see for my entire career. When I started my show, it started with a good faith inquiry where I was questioning a lot of these narratives. And I said, what is the answer on the other side? But what I found is that the answer was criminalized. So when you would talk about anything regarding Jews, Israel, the Holocaust, you could be in favor of the official narrative on those things. If you went against, you were banned, censored, and in some countries jailed. And so I actually haven't made up my mind on that because that's not really a matter of interest to me. And there's a lot of analysis and scholarship on both sides of the issue. And I've read both sides of the issue. And honestly, unfortunately, it's hard to judge because there has never been
There's never been a debate on it. And there's never been a debate because of the stigma, because of the censorship. And I think that leads a lot of people to say, well, what do they have to hide? Because you can say on your show, well, I'm personally against Holocaust denial laws, yet they still persist and the social consequences still persist. And I think that that is the anomaly. And people have to wonder, okay, why is it that way? And what I said in that clip is the reason the Holocaust casts a long shadow is because it confers a political benefit upon organized Jewry. That is what they always fall back on. They cannot be criticized. They cannot be named. They cannot be talked about, lest there be another Holocaust. And no other tragedy is treated that way. And no other ethnic group has a get out of jail free card. Just play that. Anti-Semitism and Holocaust. You can do whatever you want and defend all your actions. That's the part that people are getting upset with. That's the problem.
I don't know any right-minded person who believes that Jewish people weaponized the Holocaust for their own personal get-out-of-jail-free or whatever you called it.
You don't know anyone that does that? That believes that?
I'm sure there are some people that do that, but it's such a ridiculous generalization. You know, the truth is that most Jewish people have lost relatives in the Holocaust. In fact, I want to play you two clips. One is where you talk about Adolf Hitler.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool. So, you know, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also really cool.
Do you regret saying that?
Saying a fact? No, that's absolutely true.
You think Hitler was very cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Well,
to be honest.
This is the problem, you see. It's a bit like when you just say, I'm a racist. You're a racist who thinks Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic. If you're a Jewish person watching this, what are they thinking? I'll tell you what they're thinking, because I've got a friend of mine called Danny Finkelstein, who, when he heard I was interviewing you, he's a Times journalist in the UK, very eminent journalist here, and author, who wrote a book about his own family's experiences at the hands of Hitler and Stalin, because you also told Tucker Carlson that you admire Stalin. But let's just take what Danny said here.
Hi Piers, it's Danny Finkelstein here. As you're interviewing Nick Fuentes, you might try suggesting to him that he reads my book, Hitler, Stalin, Mum and Dad. It's called Two Roads Home in the United States. Since he says he's on Team Hitler, you might like to ask him about the fact that Hitler arrested my mum, tried to starve my mum to death, did starve my grandmother to death, sent my great aunt to the gas chamber, my great uncle, my cousin. My grandmother on my father's side ended up being one out of 7 children, the only one that survived the war. So you might ask him whether he wouldn't rather be on Team Mum rather than Team Hitler. And as for celebrating Stalin's birthday, well, Stalin took my father, sent him to a state collective farm, sent my grandmother and to a state collective farm, sent my grandfather to the Gulag. You might try asking him why he doesn't celebrate Dad's birthday rather than Stalin's. It may all be a big joke to him, but he complains that he was 18 when someone tried to cancel him. Well, Stalin and Hitler arrested my mum and my dad when they were 10 years old. So perhaps he might like to reconsider his joke.
So what kind of family is this? That your mom is being arrested by Hitler and your dad is being arrested by Stalin? Like, what is your family involved in? Like, it can't be that good of a family. Like, you're getting in trouble with 2 separate dictators. That is quite a unique, that's quite a rare combination. Wonder how true that is. I'm sure that's completely true, not made up. Not made up to sell books, because we know that these people, they never exaggerate or lie to sell a narrative. We know that's not the case. We just have to believe that his mom was arrested by Hitler, got in trouble with the Nazi party, and then in a different part of the world, his dad is arrested by Stalin. Yeah, I mean, this is, if you don't believe this, you're an anti-Semite. If you question the fact that he has the most unique family in history that is worth, writing books about, best-selling books, you're simply an anti-Semite. I don't know what to tell you. So, but in all seriousness, like, didn't Pierce just said that he doesn't know a single Jewish person who has used the Holocaust narrative to advance political interest. He doesn't know a single one, and then he trots this out. Like, is there like no self-awareness, or is this like a deliberate kind of chutzpah? Like, you're like deliberately trying to create a kind of gaslighting situation where people go crazy. They don't understand what's going on. Like, this is exactly what you said never happens. And here it is on your show. And by the way, Piers Morgan, uncensored, has had a long line of Zionists coming onto his program justifying the Palestinian genocide, justifying the mass killing of Palestinians because the Holocaust. Because 85 years ago, or whatever, 80 years ago, this historical event happened that you cannot question, you cannot debate, you cannot argue about, and you have to acknowledge that it is the unique tragedy, unmatched at any point in history, that only the Jews have suffered and no other race has suffered anything of equal magnitude or equal quality. You have to accept that and believe that with your whole heart. Otherwise, you're an anti-Semite and you'll literally be put in prison. You'll be canceled. You'll be kicked out of your job. Those are the consequences. So it's just the like this. People are so sick of this. People are so fatigued. Like, they have this fatigue with this entire Jewish narrative, and maybe it would have flied. It did fly for decades. But then you had October 7th, and you had this very in-your-face genocide captured in 4K being shared throughout social media, and the blatant lies that were used by this community, this tribe, to cover it up and to justify it and to even gloat about it. They're literally gloating. Like, these people are literally gloating, and their top ministers in Israel are gloating, and they're saying, actually, it's not enough. We have to starve the entire population. We have to exterminate these people. And now, like, the Zionists used to have the kind of yellow ribbon that stood for bring the hostages home. Now they're wearing a golden noose, a noose that stands for we have to exterminate the Palestinians. That's their new symbol that they're wearing. In Israel, people like Itamar Ben-Gvir, the defense minister of Netanyahu. So we're supposed to have sympathy for these people. We're supposed to cry and shed tears for something that happened 80 years ago. Newsflash, there were a lot of genocides. Newsflash, there were a lot of genocides that have happened and are currently happening. And guess what? When it comes to the current genocide that's happening, the perpetrators are the ones who are denying it. The perpetrators are the ones that are minimizing it or, claiming that it's not actually happening. So you lost that. They've lost that argument. The taboo has been lost. And that's why Nick can sit there and have this kind of smile on his face, this grin on his face, and make jokes and make these talking points and break the taboo, like break this kind. He's committing blasphemy. He's committing blasphemy against this God of Judaism and the Jewish people. He can blaspheme against that, against them, and it'll fly. It'll pass because the society has changed. Post-October 7th society in the West is very different than pre-October 7th. You can't just trot out a survivor and expect everyone to bow down and kiss the boot, lick the boot. Like, you can't expect that anymore post-October 7th, thanks to the Palestinians, thanks to their sacrifice. That taboo has been broken. That idol has been shattered, and you're not going to be able to put it back together again. That is the reality that many will have to come to terms with. Many Jews will have to come to terms with that reality. And I don't think they're coping. The way that they're going to cope is by going nuclear, by starting to buy up all of the news media like Larry Ellison has done, the CEO of Oracle with his billions of dollars, buying up NBC News, for example, buying TikTok, and trying to just dominate social media. That's going to backfire, actually. And you can't have, like, Piers Morgan's brilliant strategy was, I'm just going to shame Nick. I'm going to clutch my pearls. and I'm going to shame him, and that's going to be enough. I'm going to call him a Nazi, and that's going to be enough. Look at the comment section. Look at the YouTube comment section. It looks like a 4chan message board. That's what YouTube looks like now. And they're cracking these jokes. They're mocking Piers Morgan. These boomers need to catch up. They're way behind the times.
See, that's the reality of your jokes, although I haven't ascertained yet whether you are joking when you say that Hitler was very cool. Are you joking, or do you actually think he was very cool? The most genocidal monster of the last 150 years?
Yeah, the thing is, my generation, we're just done with the pearl clutching. You know,
yeah, you might be, but then your generation hasn't gone through what Danny Finkelstein's family went through. So maybe the pearl clutching has a way to go for families whose family members
were murdered. Yeah, we got all that. We, you know, me mom, like we're. You know, I don't even know who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? This old British guy is saying, me mom got killed by Hitler.
Because he doesn't find it funny when you say Hitler's very cool.
I don't care. I don't care.
I know you don't care. That's fine. You don't have to care. But he does care.
Does that guy care about America? Does that guy care about me and my country and my family? No.
He cares what you...
Does he care about Muslims? Does he care about Palestinians? Does he care about Iranians? Does he care about Syrians? Does he care about the Lebanese? Does he care about any Muslim? Any Muslim that has been killed or is being targeted to be killed, to be genocided, to be ethnically cleansed by the only Jewish state? Does he care about that? The fact that they don't care, the fact that they have expressed no concern or no care for any other peoples of the world, that's going to be reciprocated, don't you think? You can't have this kind of callousness toward the Palestinian people and towards the Arabs and the Middle East, Muslims in general. You can't have that level of callousness and then expect maximum sympathy from others. It just doesn't work. Like, that level of chutzpah is just too far. Like, you've just pushed it way too far. And this is the natural result. Like, Nick Fuentes is the natural result of that. And I can't believe that I still see some of these imams. You have compassionate imams. Like, these compassionate imams, they've been bought out. They have sold out, and they have been indoctrinated because they've been taking these trips to Auschwitz, and they've been going to the synagogues for interfaith gatherings. And you still have some of these compassionate imams saying that, yeah, we need to do more to combat anti-Semitism. We need more for Holocaust education in the Muslim community. And you have Hamza Yusuf, okay? Hamza Yusuf, granted, this was prior to October 7th, Hamza Yusuf with his article published by Zaytuna. Muslims cannot deny the Holocaust because that would be denying Islam or something like that. Like, if you deny the Holocaust, this is like denying Islam. You're undermining Islam by denying the Holocaust. It reminds me of Abu Isa. Remember Abu Isa, that UK imam, compassionate imam from Al-Maghrib, who said that if you deny the COVID science, if you deny Dr. Fauci and the efficacy of vaccines, that's like denying Islam. That's like undermining Islam. And Usul al-Fiqh, remember that guy? Like, these compassionate imams, they all run on the same script. Like, you don't believe me that this is what Hamza Yusuf said? I can pull it up. Like, I'll give you the exact title and you can Google it. Yeah, go to Google and type why Holocaust denial undermines Islam. Okay, written by Hamza Yusuf, Sheikh Hamza Yusuf of Zaytuna. Holocaust. If you deny the Holocaust, you're denying Islam. Okay, this was published in 2007, so it's not like recent, but you know, we know that the genocide of Palestinians didn't start on October 7th. But still, you have your one of the top imams of America, the eminent Sheikh Hamza Yusuf. This is what he's promoting. And it's because of the interfaith integration that these people have, these compassionate imams have. Yasser Qadi, Omar Suleiman, like all of these guys, like Abu Isa, Suhaib Webb, another guy. They're all involved with interfaith, which is set up by these Jewish organizations.
Prominent conservative in America has to say about Adolf Hitler. Now, what do you mean by Hitler is very cool? Because I think he's very monster.
Okay. That's a clip. I think he's very a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah,
I mean,
do.
can we all grow up?
I do.
Can we all grow up?
He murdered
That
12
is just
million
childish.
people. He murdered 12 million people. What is very cool about that? Tell me.
The edits, it's just cool. The uniforms, the parades, it's cool as a guy. You look at World War II and it's fascinating and it's interesting and it's compelling and it's cool. And, you know, we're just tired of saying these kinds of things. We want to talk like real people and give our honest opinions. And then we literally get an old Jewish guy from England who's going to say, oh, that's not very funny, mate. Me mom. And it's like, shut up. Like, you know, no one is in favor of genocide. So let's just get that out of the way. We're not in favor of a Holocaust or genocide.
Do you think if half your family
had been,
you think if half your family had been wiped out by very cool Hitler, you'd still think he was very cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million people, who targeted people because they were disabled or Jewish or Romani Gypsy or whatever it may be, and that he systematically destroyed people, incinerated them in gas chambers? Do you think that you would find it very cool if your family had been through that? Or do you think you would find it very disgusting and perhaps moderate the number of times you laugh about it? Or
This is all Piers Morgan can do, is just like try to shame, like clutch his pearls. Like, you think it's cool? You're laughing? You think it's cool? Like, and it doesn't land. Like, the culture has moved on. This is, by the way, the same kind of tactic he used against every single Muslim post October 7th. Like, do you condemn Hamas? Like, do you condemn Hamas? Like, you can't criticize Israel. You can't raise any kind of criticism of Israel because October 7th. Because October 7th and because of the Holocaust. You can't criticize what Israel is doing. Carpet bombing Gaza, you can't criticize that because October 7th, you condemn Hamas. So this is this trick doesn't work anymore. That's the message that hopefully Piers Morgan and the establishment has taken away from this whole debacle.
want to joke about it, or want to abuse someone like Danny Finkelstein, who's written incredibly powerful books about what happened to his extended family at the hands of the Nazis and your other hero, Stalin. See, my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is that in parts of this interview, you try to come across as moderate, but every now and again, the mask slips. And it slipped again here with what you say about Hitler. There's nothing very cool about Hitler. We know that from history now. We know what he did. You've already conceded that he murdered at least 6 million Jews. So when you say he's very cool, Jewish people watch this and go, this guy's disgusting. Why would he say this about someone who perpetrated such an evil? And what's the real answer? Why do you? Is it just for clicks? Is it for money? Is it just for fun? For and giggles? What is it? What motivates you to say something like Hitler was very cool?
It's for this. It's for all of this. And the lack of self-awareness is amazing. You're a boomer. You're a 60-year-old boomer. And we've spent maybe 3 minutes on you saying, he's a really fucking monster. He incinerated people. And I'm sitting here saying it's not that serious. It's not that deep. And
not that
what
serious.
I'm getting at.
Not that serious.
Do you want to say more about he's a monster?
You're not a kid yourself anymore. You're not a teenager.
I know.
Right? You're nearly 30, to be clear.
Yeah,
okay? You're a fully formed adult who has a brain, right? And at some stage, that brain is taking you off these rabbit
warrens. Is this an interview or is this a lecture? Can I respond to what you're saying?
I want you to explain why you think it's fine to say how cool Hitler is and to dismiss the very powerful 90 seconds from a British journalist who lost a lot of family members to the Nazis in such a callous, dismissive manner.
I don't think it's powerful. I think we've been hearing that our entire lives, okay? The Schindler's List. Let's just be honest. The propaganda is over the top. We have been in America.
What about the Schindler's List? Tell me about the Schindler's List. Well, tell me about the Schindler's List.
I'll tell you about it. We have been browbeaten as a people, as Americans, as Westerners, for our entire lives.
And do you know what this has done? It has taken away any sense of pride, any sense of love for our own civilization. We have been made the villain in our own story. We have been made because, well, let's just be clear. It doesn't begin and end with Hitler is a monster. This has been the political narrative, which is why we have thrown open the borders. This is a political narrative, which is why we can't be a conservative society as a whole anymore, why we can't be proud of Europeans, why we can't be proud of being Christian, because they've told us if you're too white and too proud and too Christian, it's going to lead to a Holocaust. And so my generation, our entire lives. See, wait.
Honestly, Nick
it's true,
Fuentes,
and that's why people like me. That's why I'm popular, because this is bullshit.
Honestly,
yeah, it's a crock. We don't want to hear any more about me mom and me dad. That's a crock of shit.
No, listen. What you just said is a crock of shit, and you
it's
know
true.
it.
It's called the open society.
In your gut, you know it is. You weaponize this stuff.
You know.
You weaponize this stuff for money, but you know when you say something like what you just said.
I'm banned from banking. I'm banned from banking and credit cards. You know who you're talking to?
Yeah,
I do it for money.
And by the way,
how much money you make? Your company's worth $100 million. Your company's worth $100 million. I was banned from Bank of America.
And you shouldn't
I'm
have
banned
been.
from processing credit cards.
And you shouldn't have been.
But I am. So don't tell me I'm doing it for money.
Well, ask me my opinion about that. I'll tell you shouldn't have been. Right? I don't agree with that. What happened to you?
Then don't say I'm doing it for money, because you know that full well, and you say it's a grift.
How much money
if I wanted to be a grifter, I'd be like you, and I would go and say,
how much money are you making?
I'm making a lot of money now.
Yeah.
Now that I'm the #1 live streamer in America, because people agree with me more than they agree with you. We're tired of hearing about slavery and the Holocaust and Jim Crow. We're done hearing about that. You guys overplayed your hand.
I'm not done hearing about that.
So this kind of narrative that Nick is using, like, let me give you some criticism against Nick, okay? So you don't think that I just agree with everything that he says. He's talking about slavery, the Holocaust, Jim Crow, the civil rights movement, and this is used to browbeat the whites, and this is used to shame the white people. And we're tired of this, and we're not going to be shamed anymore. Like, this is his point that he's making, how these kinds of events, historical facts or historical events, are being used politically in a narrative to depict whites as evil and irredeemable. This is actually the opposite. If you look historically, that in fact the self-perception of the West is that they have overcome hatred, they have overcome the biases of racism, the oppression of slavery, the oppression of anti-Jew hatred and genocide that led to the Holocaust, that the whites have progressed, they have evolved in an everlasting pursuit of freedom and equality of all people. And that's why the West, led by the white man, is superior to the rest of the world, superior to the Muslims, superior to the Chinese, superior to the Africans, superior to the Hispanics, superior to all of these other racial groups and religions, because the whites have actually, the white West has actually progressed. And their entire sense of superiority as the West, okay, maybe they don't put it in racial terms all the time, but they put it in terms of, we have achieved all of this because of our belief in liberalism, moral progress. We have progressed. We have freed the blacks. We have abolished slavery. We have defeated Hitler. It was the whites. It was America that defeated Hitler. Was it not? It is the European man that gave women their rights and freed the women from the burqa or from minor marriage or from being stuck in the home. It is the whites or the Europeans, the Western progressives who have adopted liberalism, who have actually brought humanity into this age of modernity and progress. So actually these narratives are used by whites and by liberal Europeans to pat themselves on the back and to distinguish themselves from these other religions and these other races and these other civilizations. So what Nick is saying is not actually the whole truth. Like, this is not actually accurate. And and maybe it's Nick himself or others, that they pat themselves on the back. Yeah, we abolished slavery. It was the whites. It was the Europeans who abolished slavery. And they pat themselves on the back and they say, look at the Muslims. They only follow our lead. Okay? I just had that debate with Andrew Wilson, and he's touting IQ and he's touting progress. It's the same exact, this is the kind of double strategy that they use, or the code switching that they use. In certain contexts, they want to rail against Jews, for example, and say that, oh, you're using our history against us. You're using our history of slavery and our history of Jim Crow or whatever, using that against us to browbeat us. He's playing victim, okay, in that context, when it's against Jews who are more powerful. According to Nick Fuentes, these Jews are more powerful as a demographic, and they're oppressing whites. So Nick is playing the victim. Oh, why are you browbeating us? We just want to have our sense of pride as white men, as white Europeans. But then in other contexts, when he's talking to Muslims, or he's talking against Muslims, or debating against Muslims, he beats his chest and he says, yeah, we colonized you. Yeah, we were able to progress. We were able to eliminate these backwards practices and raise our IQ, unlike you Muslims living in the mud huts. You see? So using progressivism, he code switches depending on who he talks to. This is a big inconsistency amongst the nationalists that Muslims should be aware of. You should be aware of this game that they're playing. Regarding this super chat, Last Word says, people think that H is cool the same way that Caesar is considered cool despite deleting millions. That war is getting to its 100-year history. How Hitler is remembered is getting to the same level in many people's mind. Yeah, I mean, even people who were at the time of Hitler, someone like Churchill, someone in the chat was mentioning King Leopold, the Belgium, or some people were mentioning Stalin, of course. They also killed millions. They were responsible for millions of deaths, but they're just not talked about in the same way. And everyone knows why that is. Everyone knows what creates that kind of taboo around Hitler and Hitler alone. Hitler and Hitler alone is the monster that we cannot speak about in any other way. And what Nick is pointing out, well, that kind of makes him cool. That kind of makes him unique. That kind of makes him like, yeah, I'm going to blaspheme against your Holocaust religion, and I'm not going to be browbeaten or shamed about that.
Okay, well, your generation's on the way out, and Generation Z is coming up, and we're finished with that. We're ready to take our country back.
I've got three
we're
sons.
not listening
I've
to
got
crime
three
minorities
sons.
anymore.
I've got three sons, and they don't share your views about slavery and about the Holocaust. They can have decency and compassion and humanity about some of the worst things that have happened in the last 150 years or more. They can do that, and they can also have concerned views about issues like immigration and other issues. The two things are not mutually incompatible. You can have different views about different things. It's your lack of humanity and compassion for people about things like the Holocaust, about slavery. It's that people find so contemptible. And I don't understand why you need to do that. Again, I just ask you, is your motivation financial? Is your motivation for fun? What is the motivation to saying these outlandish things, which you don't need to say, and which I suspect, I don't know, but I suspect a lot of it is performative. So what is the motivation?
I'm an iconoclast. The Holocaust is not my religion, and it is treated like a religion. It is treated like a religion with dogma, with blasphemy laws, and that secular religion says, and you say that's a crock. It's intentional. It's called The Open Society by Karl Popper. It's by these architects of the liberal order after World War II. They got together and they said, how can we make sure that Hitler never happens? How can we make sure that totalitarianism never happens again? And they came up with the consensus, which is that we need to take down nations, religions, fathers, the authoritarian personality. We need to be empathetic and altruistic. We need to be diverse and pluralistic. And that experiment isn't working. And I'll tell you the truth. Right now, and you can laugh at this, you can scoff at this, our people are being genocided in our country. 50% of the live births in the United Kingdom and in the United States are non-white. In 100 years, my ancestors, your kids who are so empathetic and compassionate, they're going to be a minority. They're going to be a minority in maybe a Muslim country, an Indian country, an Hispanic country. And these Jewish people that are 100 years old talking about my grandparents and the Holocaust, they don't care about that. Actually, they like to see it. At the SPLC, they're literally counting down the days until whites are a minority in America. So forgive me if I don't believe them when they talk about compassion. There's a genocide going on right now. It's not against the Jews.
How many Christians are there?
In Gaza, it's against
How many
whites.
Christians are there in the world? Like me,
1 point some billion,
yeah,
2 billion.
How many Jews are there?
15 million.
Okay. So with a straight face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people, when there are over 1 billion Christians. There is a genocide of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes going on at the hands of these 15 million Jews. Really?
See, this attitude is why you're losing. When you say
who am I losing to?
White people,
who am I losing to?
White people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. Oh, you're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass.
You're losing to me. I mean, he's right. He's right about that. Pierce Morgan, that narrative is losing. And his attitude, his attitude is not going to be doing him any favors. Like to be what's the word for it? Trite. The white people, the poor white people. I mean, there's that kind of attitude is not going to play well with whites. If you haven't noticed, like it's not going to play well with these white Europeans. And like I said, they have these grievances, and there is a reality to those grievances. Like their world is coming tumbling down. They are being destroyed. Their families are being destroyed, like other groups were destroyed. And you can say that, well, yeah, they deserve it because they were overseeing colonialism. They were seeing the extinction of many peoples, such as the many Native American tribes, the Aboriginal tribes, many African tribes. The Europeans perpetrated many mass killings, extermination events throughout the world. So I'm not going to shed any tears for them. This is not a kind of Islamic attitude that we should have. This is not Islam. Like, there's no collective guilt. We don't accept collective guilt. We don't say that, well, white people, they did this in the past, therefore their descendants are responsible today for those crimes. We don't say that. But, I mean, that's the Islamic position. And if I want to view the world through an Islamic lens, I wouldn't blame the current generation of whites for the crimes of their ancestors. Now, if I want to play Nick's game and I want to look at things through a racial lens, and I want to do pattern recognition, as he mentioned, and he said everyone does pattern recognition, everyone is racist. Okay, then that would apply, wouldn't it? Like, wouldn't that apply? And well, we have a history of whites committing genocide historically. Shouldn't we also have this kind of pattern recognition that, well, you're white, and if we allow you to have power, if we allow you to develop these technologies and gain material power and wealth, that you're going to perpetrate more genocides? Like, isn't that also the same kind of pattern recognition that he was advocating for blacks and Jews? Okay, so here we see another kind of contradiction in Nick's points. And I've pointed these things out. I've pointed that out with debates with, like, Keith Woods, for example, who is Nick's friend, maybe his actual teacher in some issues. And they can't deal with that contradiction. Okay, pattern recognition is fine for everyone except whites. That's the implication. Like, when people say that, okay, we have slavery, that it took place, we have colonialism, we have genocide, Hitler, for example, like, when whites gain power, it seems like they commit these mass atrocities. That's the historical record. So why can't we use pattern recognition in the same way that you use against blacks? That's the kind of argument that you can make if we want to look at the world through a racial lens, which is, in certain cases, what Nick is advocating. We want to look at things through an Islamic lens. then no, we shouldn't saddle whites today for the sins of their fathers. We shouldn't do that. And that's not acceptable. But in the same way, we wouldn't saddle all black people with the sins of some black people, for example, or some immigrants with all immigrants with the sins of some immigrants, right? I mean, these are the nuances that we should think about, shouldn't we? Like, shouldn't we just have a more sophisticated understanding of these issues?
Migration. And here's the difference. In Israel, they have my politics. In Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way, it would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state. They can be proudly Jewish in their own land. Whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years. And then whites and Christians are going to be the minority. And that's true in Canada, Australia, all the countries in Europe. So you could say there's 2 billion people, but what's the proportionality? What is the percentage of people being born that are white? Where's the arrow pointing? Where are we going to be in 50 years? In 50 years, there might be in Israel. In 50 years, there isn't going to be a white Christendom.
You don't believe people should get married, right?
I think people should get married. I'm a Christian.
But you're basically anti-marriage, really. You've talked about this. You've talked about.
Are we done talking about white genocide?
Well, no, I'm coming to the same part because you seem very resistant to the idea of marriage. You've never got married. You've talked very scathingly about henpecked husbands. Just take a look.
That's true.
Guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like, they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore. Like, you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You talk too much, you're a bitch.
So we'll obviously get to the brazen misogyny part of that a little later.
The brazen misogyny. We'll get to the brazen misogyny.
But I'm just curious. On the one hand, there's this terrible genocide going on of white people. On the other hand, you want people effectively to stop going near women because they all turn out to be so ghastly, so they shouldn't presumably procreate. So how does that work? I mean, aren't you, with your rhetoric, actively encouraging men not to associate with these ghastly women, therefore not have any more children? Therefore, you are contributing, Nick Fuentes, to the diminishing white population. I'm confused.
I tell my followers to get married all the time. I tell them that it's best for everybody to get married. And I think that's the only way that you can have sex. I think that's the only licit way as a Catholic, as you know, to have sex is within marriage.
Why don't you get married?
I'll get married later. It's been difficult for me because people are shooting at me at my house. I don't know that I don't want to have kids and a wife. You know, my wife would be screaming about that. Me, you know, I have to be able to take risks and be able to say these things. It's difficult to bring a family into a life that's like that. But for my followers, I tell them to get married. But what's happening with women...
You literally just told your followers... Well, hang on. In that clip, you literally told followers, women, they get old, they get fat, they get ugly, they get very annoying. So where's the incentive to get married to women? There isn't one. You're actively telling them the opposite.
You're extrapolating a lot. We can complain.
Just quoting you back yourself again.
No, but you're extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore, what's the incentive? We have to do it in spite of the fact that they are annoying. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they talk too much. We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land, but it's going to be
Do you think this view of women may be why none of them want to go near you?
Oh, you should see my DMs. It is quite the opposite. They're called the Groybettes, and I'm actually batting them away. Granted, not all of them are attractive. Some of them are attractive.
Are you actually? Look, just to clear up one of the many theories about you, I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
See, basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All women grow
fossil.
old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid. Wow.
That's the thing, though. You boomers, it's
you think
always
you're an
get
expert
laid,
in women,
free love.
given you've never got laid?
This is so stupid. Like, Pierce thinks that he's like scoring points here, but he looks like an idiot. He looks so stupid. He couldn't get him on the racism card. He couldn't shame Nick, and he couldn't get, like, that's the whole strategy. To get Nick to start stuttering, backtracking, being apologetic, trying to take back his words from these clips. And Nick is just doubling down. So he doubled down on the racism. He doubled down on the anti-Semitism and the Holocaust denialism. You think he's going to back down on the feminism issue? Like, that's the easiest one to deal with. Like, that's the easiest one. Because out of all these different groups, the one group that people are the most fatigued with is women. That's the one group that people have the most fatigue about, is the women. So I'm sorry to break it to you, Pierce, but you're not gonna get him on this. This is gonna be the easiest walk in the park for Nick if you're gonna try to shame him on his views on women. Saying women are fat. Women get fat and they get old. So, and look at Pierce's face. Like, he's like has this self-satisfied grin, like, oh, I got him now. I got him. He hasn't gotten laid. And aren't you a Catholic? Piers Morgan is supposed to be a Catholic, so he doesn't believe in, presumably, he doesn't believe in sex outside of marriage. But apparently this is the stick that he's going to beat Nick over the head with. You haven't gotten laid. So this is a huge L for Piers Morgan.
Yeah, we are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This... You know, you're talking about empathy and your kids are empathetic and they would never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem. So, we are going back to the way
Let me play another clip of yours about women.
A lot of women want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean like, that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also, they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
You think women want to be raped, do you?
That's what the studies show, Piers. That is what these statistics say.
But that's what you believe,
They
is
have
it?
fantasies. They have fantasies about it. I don't think that they want to actually get raped. But there's a study out there. Get ready for this. It says 62% of women have rape fantasies. And if you read anything that they're reading, if you watched what they're watching, what do you think 50 Shades of Grey is about? What do you think Twilight is about? I mean, that's just true.
You think women want to have the shit out of them, as you said?
Yeah, and it's very disturbing, but it's true.
Do you think your views on women might change if you actually ever had a relationship with one or had sex and actually had a proper relationship? I mean, people say the reason you're so angry about women is you're basically an incel.
Well, I'm not angry about it.
You sound very angry. You sound very, very angry about women.
I'm passionate. It's an issue
you're
I'm
not passionate
about.
You're sounding very bitter about women, as if women have done a terrible disservice to you. But when? You don't have relationships, you don't have sex. When are they doing these terrible things to you that's made you so hateful towards women? I'm really curious.
Was that? I don't think that was a hateful clip. I think I was laughing. I said they want men to beat the shit out of them. And that's just true. I mean, when you look at the state of modern women, all they do is lay in their bed, doom scroll. They're chilling out. They're getting a little fat. It is what it is. I don't know what the average weight is, but they're getting a little heavy. And any guy that is playing the field these days will tell you that. I mean, and I know a lot of the Chads. I am an incel. I'm friends with a lot of Chads like Bradley Martin, Clavicular. They agree with me. You know, there's sort of like this alliance between the guys that don't have sex and the guys that get the most sex. We know what women are about. It's the guys in the middle. Guys like you in the middle. It's the beta male orbiters that say, she's amazing. You're a misogynistic pig. Because I don't know what that is. I guess
Well, come on, let me explain to you what I think it is. I think when a 20
So all these, he's right, like all these books that are so popular with women, like 50 Shades of Grey, which so many of you are pointing to the comments. Like, why are they so popular with women? Like, it's advocating, like the book is about rape. The book is about rape. And this is like the #1 bestseller for how many months, or was it years, that it was on the New York Times bestseller list in fiction, 50 Shades of Grey. And it's about this very tall, handsome billionaire who just, finds this, not particularly attractive, not particularly notable secretary woman, and he just forces himself on her over and over and over. That's what the book is about. That's rape. But women can't get enough. Women can't get enough of this book. Women love the pursuit. Women love to be pursued. They love to be the center of attention, but it's only acceptable for a man to approach a woman who's a Chad. Like, do you understand that aspect of it? Like, it can't be just any guy. It can't be just any random guy, like any random schlub. No, it has to be a Chad. It has to be tall, attractive, very good facial features. Someone who is wealthy. That's who they want. They want the Chad. And the Chad can get his way. That's the sad reality that a lot of simps don't want to recognize, and a lot of women don't want to recognize with their words. They want to just clutch their pearls, but their behaviors, like making 50 Shades of Grey an international bestseller for years on end, like your actions are betraying your true desires. Your actions are betraying your true desires. And there are many studies, like he mentioned the rape fantasy study, 62% of women, that might be an underestimate actually, but there's also other studies where they are polling feminists and they're saying, what kind of man do you prefer? Do you prefer a man who is like more feminine in his attitudes, he's in touch with his feminine side, he's more emotional? Or do you prefer the macho, tough guy? The guy who's tough, he's rough around the edges, he's the strong, silent type, he's stoic. Like, which one do you prefer? And even the feminists overwhelmingly prefer the macho man, the macho tough guy. Like, this is a fact. This is an inconvenient fact about feminism. And again, about women. And again, the thing is that liberalism is based on not acknowledging empirical reality. So look at all the examples here. Crime statistics, studies on women and their preferences. Okay, when it comes to the historical narrative about the Holocaust and the numbers involved with that. These are all empirical questions, and there are empirical right and wrong answers about each of those issues. But Piers Morgan either denies those numbers, blatantly lies about them, or he doesn't even want to talk about it. Like, it's too beyond the pale to even talk about the numbers, like when it comes to World War II, for example, or the Holocaust. So do you see the pattern? Do you see the pattern? And do you see why Nick is going to win? Because once the taboo is broken, and once people's sensitivities have been realigned because of whatever political events or situation with the war in Palestine or whatever, once people's sensitivities are no longer aligned with liberalism, then you have to go back to the empirical question and the empirical numbers, those facts, the statistics. And Nick is going to win that debate. If you compare Nick and any kind of nationalist with just liberal propaganda, obviously the facts are going to win in that debate. And that's why I keep telling Muslims, like, put the liberal propaganda aside. Like, put this kind of aversion to race realism, put this aversion to misogyny, okay, by being honest about gender differences. Like, put the liberal propaganda aside and get to the numbers, and let's deal with those numbers. Let's analyze those numbers and understand them in light of our cosmology and our metaphysics and Islam and Islamic values. And that way we can actually have a fighting chance to have a dialogue or a debate or be conversant. Like, can we be like minimally conversant with someone like Nick Fuentes? Like this young man who is so politically influential and is doing all of this work despite all these odds against him. Like, can we at least have a conversation with Nick Fuentes or his fans or the people that he represents, the people that support him as Muslims, and still be true to Islam and not just throw our religion under the bus because we're fanboying or something like that? And we point out like the inconsistencies. We point out the things that are inaccurate and the things that contradict Islam. And we can have that conversation. We can have that dialogue. We can have that debate without resorting to being libtards, without resorting to being a bunch of these like a clown show, like Piers Morgan is, like this simp. Like, let's watch how he's gonna simp now. It's quite disgusting.
7-year-old guy who's never got laid, never had a meaningful relationship with a woman, says that women shouldn't be allowed to vote, they should stay at home, that all they do is fantasize about being raped and being beaten up, that's what they want, that they're annoying, that they get fat, that they get ugly. That's a misogynist. Now, you may not understand it because your knowledge of women is so incredibly tiny, but actually you are the embodiment of a misogynist. It couldn't be clearer. And if I was in a way, you have the deep-rooted misogyny of some of the actual boomers I know. Yet here you are, 27 years old. And most of the current studies show that a lot of men are really disenfranchised from society, no longer have physical relationships with women if they've ever had them, never associate with women, and build up instinctively misogynist views about women. And I fear you're in that position. You're just a bit of a lonely guy who wants to get laid and can't for whatever reason. And it's made you bitter about women. And I don't know where that's come from, but it's fascinating.
No. See, here's the thing. First of all, you're very caught up in the labels. It's always, you're a racist, you're a misogynist.
You said you
these
were
words
a racist.
mean nothing to me. Oh, hang on. Whoa, can I respond?
You gave yourself the label.
What is this?
You said, I am a racist. I didn't give you the label.
Okay.
You said, Nick Fuentes, I am a racist.
Calm down. Calm down.
Did you or didn't you?
It's okay.
Did you?
Yeah.
Calm down. I love that. Just calm down, Piers Morgan. Yeah, because he's frothing at the mouth. Like, he is so angry at Nick's misogyny. Like, he's just, this is how I imagine, like, some people listening to my debates against feminists or some of the things I say when, women shouldn't be educated. Or remember I had that, I was mocking these Afghan women about education who were crying about education. Remember the mockery I did? And the simps were so angry at me. He's mocking Afghan women who want to be educated. That Daniel, he hates women. Like, he's frothing, and they use all the same kind of script. Oh, you're an incel. Oh, you don't know women. Oh, no woman will touch you. Oh, like all of the same lines they use to distract or to divert from the facts. The actual empirical facts.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
so
here's
I didn't give you the label. You did.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're trying to infer something that didn't happen. You said, I gave you the label of being a racist. No, you did. You said, I'm a racist. You gave yourself the label.
You're going to have to tone it down a little, all right? You're going to have to bring it down a notch and relax. This is just an interview, okay? Please calm down. All I said is you're hung up. I didn't say you gave me that. Maybe I did.
You did.
But here's what I mean. What I mean is you're just hung up on proving you're a misogynist. Okay, you're a racist. Okay, you denied the Holocaust. And I'm not about the labels,
man. You didn't deny the Holocaust.
Past that.
As I said to you, look, Nick, I just wanted to go over the stuff that everyone uses out there about you and get you to respond. And we are getting, I think, a long way in this interview. Right?
Okay.
You didn't deny the Holocaust. You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least 6 million Jews.
I'm a maximalist. I'm a Holocaust.
That is significant.
I think it's more.
You did admit you're a racist, and you have spelled out a thought process about women, which is the purest definition of misogyny that I've ever seen. And you've said you're not gay. So we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. Well, look, and I own the labels, okay? But I just don't care that much about them.
That's fine.
I feel like the whole...
I'm not saying
this
you
is like a weird...
I'm not saying you have to care. Nick, You don't have to care about any of it. I promise you. Right? That's not why I got you on the show. I wanted to give you a fair crack, which I think I have. We've gone over a lot of stuff. We've got a bit more to go on. I genuinely don't think I've ambushed you with anything you couldn't have been expecting.
No.
I don't think I've been overtly hostile. In fact, when you've asked me to calm down, I've calmed down. I don't want to have a hostile, angry, shouty match with you. I simply want you to spell out exactly what you've meant about all these things, and people can then be the judge of them. So let's take another break, and we'll come back and talk about Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and others.
Nick has women throwing themselves at him and he constantly swats them away. Kind of gay, in my opinion. Yeah, why do you think all these women love Nick Fuentes? Because he abuses them. Like, he abuses them. He calls them fat, lazy, annoying. Like, he's constantly abusing women, but they love him. Like, they're throwing themselves at him. He gets all these marriage proposals. So that just proves his point, does it not? Like, does it not just prove his point? And yeah, it has, like, if he were just, he wasn't getting women thrown at him back when he wasn't being interviewed by Tucker Carlson and Piers Morgan or Candace Owens. Like, that only happened, you know, the women throwing themselves at him when he reached that level of notoriety and fame and money and status. And then it's like even more appealing. Like, it's signaling to them that he is really a Chad. He's really macho because he's reached this level of popularity and he's so politically incorrect. That signals something to women that he is subversive. He's dangerous, and that excites them. He's brutal against these women, and that makes them love him even more. So, yeah, I don't think it's kind of gay. Like, why should he start simping, or why should he, like, I mean, he makes a good point. Like, he lives a lifestyle that could be very dangerous for a family. And yeah, it's also very dangerous in terms of him being honeypotted. Like, they could honeypot him and cause him a lot of damage, a lot of trouble. He gets involved with a woman and then she turns on him and says, "Oh, Nick beat me and he abused me." What do you think that'll do to his career? Like, this is how they take down a lot of political dissidents is through the honeypot. So I think he's being very pragmatic, actually, by avoiding getting married, and he seems to be able to live with that. He can be celibate and no problem. Like, you know, a lot of Muslims also have to go through that as well, simply because Muslim women aren't willing to get married. So to make fun of Nick Fuentes because he doesn't get married or he's celibate, I think that's not something that Muslims should be doing.
Okay, back with Nick Fuentes. You began your show in 2017, the same year as Trump was inaugurated for his first term in office. You supported him at that time, but you've grown increasingly disillusioned, I think it'd be fair to say. Let's play a recent clip from you about Trump.
We played this game in the first term. We're 10 years in. And you still have these people, I hate to say it, but they're just like in denial. And they're like, okay, everybody, let's all go on Twitter and let's tell Trump, don't screw over your voters. Okay. Hey, Trump, don't hire John Ratcliffe in the CIA. Like, what are we doing? We lost. It's over. The time to make demands was during the election when he needed the votes. He's a lame duck president. He doesn't need anything from us. He's not even on Twitter. He's on Truth Social. So what are you talking about? We're going to all rally and tell him, don't hire yet another neocon?
Now, over the weekend, you posted this on X. You said performative cruelty is the perfect phrase to characterize the Trump admin and the mood of the MAGA movement. In order to compensate for his compromises and failures, Trump has to fall back on mean-spiritedness to appeal to the basest instincts of its followers. It's really sad. I mean, do you think you're the best person, Nick Fuentes, to lecture people about performative cruelty?
Why? Are you accusing me of being cruel? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
How am I cruel?
You're cruel about black people. You're cruel about women. I mean, you're cruel about a lot of people, and you're very performative.
Okay.
I don't think I'm performative. If anything, everyone else is performative. I'm authentic. You know, whatever you want to say about me, it's real. It's from the gut. But yes, I do think it's performative. And what I mean by that is, you know, when they're doing the deportations, they know the deportations are not where the base wants them to be. They deported, the figures are disputed, but from my data, it's 300,000 in the year, which is not a massive deportation. They know the base is unhappy with that. So what do? The deportations that they are carrying out, they do a big spectacle and they arrest everybody and they film it and they put a hype at it. And there's a meanness in there. They played that song, I think from Sabrina Carpenter or something, and they make it a joke. They make it glib. And they do that because they're not delivering on the promise. So they compensate by doing it meaner, edgier, more mean-spirited, so that the base will overlook the fact that it's not happening. And I think that's by definition performative cruelty. You can call me a hypocrite, but it's definitely true about what they're doing in the administration.
You went to see Trump at Mar-a-Lago with Ye for dinner. What was that like?
It was very interesting. They're my two heroes. Ye is my hero. Trump is my hero. Even though he's very disappointing, I still a personal hero of mine. And he's a remarkable person. It was a great conversation. We got along pretty well. He liked me. I liked him. It was a love fest.
I mean, he got attacked afterwards for supping with the white supremacist devil. I mean, do you accept you are a white supremacist?
No, absolutely not.
You don't think white people are superior to black people?
No, I'm a Christian, so I believe everybody is equal before God.
Including women?
Yes.
So you give women equal rights then?
No.
Great.
No.
Great. Okay. So you just talked a lot of a bull, didn't you?
No. Why are you like mad about this? No.
You want women to be
men are
treated
different.
equally before God, but you don't want to give them equal rights.
Yeah, because women and men
that's
are
fine.
different.
Look,
Do you
it's your
believe there are
view.
two genders?
It's your view.
Do you think there's two genders?
I do think there are two genders, yes.
Okay. And so you mean there's distinction. There are two distinct genders.
I think we should all have the same rights to...
Well, if they're meaningfully distinct, biologically distinct, and they have different social and biological roles, I think it would follow that we would treat them a little bit differently in the law.
Do you think the Catholic Church's teachings reflect that?
I do. Yeah, there's no female priests. Have you ever seen that?
Do you think that the Catholic Church thinks all women should be deprived of the vote?
I mean, this is another point of potential contradiction because Nick's views, and Pierce is trying to like fumble on this, or he's fumbling around on this point, that there's definitely going to be a contradiction with how based and red-pilled Nick Fuentes is and his followers are versus the Catholic Church. Like the Catholic Church has cucked on a lot of these issues regarding gender. So that there is a potential clash there between Nick and the church, and Nick is obviously not going to speak against the Catholic Church. So Pierce is trying to draw that out. But I mean, the point that Nick is making that, yeah, just because men and women are equal spiritually in the eyes of God in terms of their worth, that doesn't mean we have to treat them equally. That means that doesn't mean they have equal rights across the board. Yeah, there are some rights that are shared between men and women as granted by God, but then there are other inequalities that have also been legislated by God. For example, men are the head of the household. Men are the head of the household, and this is found not only in Islam, but in Christianity as well, and according to the church doctrine as well. That's inequality. The wife does not have the same rights as the husband has within the context of the family or within the context of the church, or there aren't female imams, are there? You can't have a female lead the prayers or lead Friday prayers or be the head of a community, right? So that there's not equal rights between men and women in Islam or in Christianity, in the Bible, or according to church doctrine, but spiritually, men and women are equal. Like, this is such a simple thing to understand, and Pierce is either playing dumb or he's actually an idiot.
Yeah, I think so.
No, they don't.
I think they do, yeah.
You think the Catholic Church position is women shouldn't be allowed to vote?
I think so, yeah,
No.
but I'm not positive.
No, it's bullshit.
Oh, it should be.
It should be. So if you were Pope, that's what you do. You could be Pope because you're celibate.
That's true.
women should not have the right to vote. Just so you guys understand the Islamic position as well. Women should not be allowed to vote or have any kind of political say. The way that women can vote in society is try to influence your husband or your father, and your husband represents you, or your father represents you. That is the Islamic system. Okay? When you look at the Prophet ﷺ and his society, or you look at the Khulafa, the rightly guided caliphs, they weren't going and seeing what every woman thinks. You know, what do you think? What do you think? Tell me, sister. They weren't polling the women. They were doing shura. Okay, first of all, it wasn't a democracy. That's the first point. But second of all, the shura that they were doing was mainly with men. And if they would get advice, okay, they would get advice from women, but their own wives. Okay, the Prophet ﷺ did get advice from his wives. From his wives. He wasn't going to random women and asking them on, should we go to battle? Like, should we go to war with this tribe? Like, should we make a deal? Or should we make a truce with this group? He wasn't consulting the women. So those Muslims who want to say that women have the right to vote in Islam, first of all, justify democracy in Islam. That's challenge number one, obstacle number one. But then if you can do that, then try to justify that women should have the right to vote. Women should have the right to vote. Prophet ﷺ was very clear in the hadith in Bukhari. You know, the people who leave their affairs, like the political affairs, in the hands of a woman, like as a leader, a female leader, they're going to be destroyed. They're going to be lost. Okay, they'll never succeed. Like those are the words of the Prophet ﷺ. So isn't giving women the right to vote and having an equal say in the direction of a country, isn't that putting your affairs in the hands of women? Like, doesn't that hadith in and of itself disqualify women having political participation? Okay, so let's be clear. Let's be clear about what Islam has to say about this topic of women voting, because fortunately the simp imams have caused a lot of confusion about this.
True. And I'm also from Chicago, like the Pope. But look, I mean, women, it says in the Bible that women have no authority over men, and they can't teach men, and that's why there's no female priests.
There's a lot of things in the Bible. I mean,
yes, Shay, or whatever your name is. Daniel doesn't know what he's talking about. Islam isn't a democracy, number one. Okay, I said that. And secondly, Prophet ﷺ honored his wives and sought advice from them. I just said that. I just said that. Yeah, women can influence politics by influencing their husbands. Didn't I just say that? So why are you saying I don't know what I'm talking about? Come on, chat. Like, get it together.
You take every word of the Bible as sacrosanct?
Well, yeah, it's inspired scripture.
That's all of it.
Is this now
all of it is sacrosanct?
A theological debate. Well, it is Catholic doctrine that women should not lead and teach. I mean, you're not interacting with what I'm saying. Why can't women be priests?
They should be.
Okay, well, you're not Catholic. That's not a Catholic position.
I am a Catholic. Many things I disagree with the Catholic Church.
Okay. Well, that kind of is contrary, because the whole basis of being Catholic is accepting. It's accepting the authority of the pontiff.
You can be a member of a religion and disagree with parts of that religion. Perfectly reasonable.
You could be, well, yeah. I mean, you could say
unless you're
that,
an extremist.
but it wouldn't be true.
If you're an extremist, you can't.
Okay.
Obviously, you never deviate.
That's just not rigorous.
You never
That's
deviate
just sloppy.
if you're an extremist. But even the Constitution,
That's just sloppy.
Even the Constitution's been amended. Was it 27 times? People talk about this sacrosanct document. It's been amended 27 times.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my, this is not rigorous intellectually. This is very
just a statement of fact.
Theology. Okay. But it's fine. Where were we? We're talking about Trump, and somehow we got into
Trump.
You're white knighting for women's rights.
On Trump, well, I think women should have the same rights as you and I. You don't. That's fine.
Put on the pink hat, bro. Put on the pink hat. We're waiting.
What's the pink hat for?
For the march, for the women's march. Are we going to see you at the women's march protesting for women's rights and all that?
I think women should have equal rights to men. Period.
You carry tampons in case your female friends get a period or something? Like, it's crazy.
I'd have no problem giving a female friend a tampon, would you? Have you ever, I don't suppose you've ever seen a tampon, have you?
Gross. Absolutely not.
You think tampons are gross?
Yeah, they're filled with period blood. Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Wow.
Are you into that? You like that? You,
have you ever seen
a lot of tampons?
I don't think you've ever seen it, have you?
I've seen them. I've seen
you
them
have?
before.
You've been that close to a woman? Really?
No, I've seen them. Look, I
you've seen
I
videos.
used to live with women, so I've seen them around the house.
I bet you've seen videos, haven't you?
What? What are we doing here, Piers?
I'm not sure.
You really hate that.
I'm not sure,
You're
Mick.
more impressed that I'm a misogynist than you are about anything. It's
Not
very
really.
revealing.
I'm actually more exercised about your blatant, self-admitted racism.
This line that they use, that these simps use and the feminists use, that if you're grossed out by our period blood, that means that you're insecure as a man. Oh, it's so weird and disgusting. And yeah, we unfortunately do have an analog of this in the Muslim community, because you have the sheikhas, okay, the alima with her Instagram or her TikTok. They openly talk about their periods, like, oh, it's that time of the month, blah blah blah. And oh, if you tell me as a sheikha that I shouldn't be openly talking about that, that means you don't understand Islam. You don't understand. There is nothing shameful in Islam. We can just talk about this openly. And no, like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, if you're teaching that subject in a private gathering with the proper decorum, yeah, there's nothing wrong with teaching about haid and teaching about the menstruation and tahara, like cleanliness, etc. Like, there's no problem with that. Of course, that's a part of the deen. But like this kind of feminist use of menstruation as like a baseball bat to beat over the head of the misogynist with no, that's not acceptable in Islam. That's not acceptable to any kind of polite society. So I just found it like Piers Morgan grinning as if it's like some win that, oh yeah, I give my I'm comfortable with the period blood, and I give my friends tampons, like, no problem. My female friends. Like, this is so bizarre. But yeah, this is the kind of wokeism that the entirety of the West, if not the world, is just done with. We're tired of this woke kind of attitude. Like, we're going back to traditionalism. Like, we're going back, like, some of these traditional perspectives and attitudes. Like, keep the private stuff private. Keep the bodily functions private, please. Like, that's the direction of Western society. And Piers Morgan is being left in the dust. Like, he's still talking as if this is the year 2020 or 2015. Yeah, we're regressing as a society. We're becoming dinosaurs, as Nick was putting it. We're no longer comfortable with women, putting up the tampon dispenser in the men's restroom to accommodate the trans whatever. Like, we're moving beyond that. We're going back to the Stone Ages. Thank you very much.
Then I'm about anything. But the misogyny runs a close second. Let me ask you about Tucker Carlson, because you had a long sit down with Tucker Carlson, in which he was, oddly, I like Tucker, we get on well. I was with him last week in London. But he gave me a harder time than he gives you. And then afterwards, he was more critical. And then you said this about Tucker.
He's a handler. He handles people. That's what he does. He's a liar and a handler. He goes around telling people, I don't know anything. I don't know. Oh, I know nothing. I don't even have a phone. I am just a clueless tourist. I just travel to all these countries and, I don't trust him. And I don't care, maybe that alienates me from people in the conservative movement. I don't care. I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not going to be a party to whatever that is. Whatever that CIA bullshit is, I'm not going to be a part of it. So, now that I've heard enough from Tucker and I've heard enough from other people and I've seen enough, this guy's not who he says he is, not an ally. Stay the away from me. You're weird, dude. You're weird.
See, what would have been great is if you'd said that to him when you were sitting opposite him.
Well, when I was sitting opposite him at the dinner and in the interview, he was nothing but nice.
He was very nice to me and very cordial, and he didn't call me an anti-Semite, and he didn't even press me on it at all. And I thought he would, and I almost wanted him to. He was nothing but nice, and we had a great time. We had a really great dinner, really great interview, and I felt really good about it. And the next week on my show, I said, he really surprised me. He's great. And then every interview he's done since, all he does is call me an anti-Semite. He goes, well, I hate his anti-Semitism, and, you know, I wonder why people like him. And so I just think that's two-faced. So after that experience, it kind of turned me off. I didn't like that, but he's going to do what he's going to do. He's still a nice guy, but I think he's two-faced.
What about Candace Owens? You had a sit down with her. She called you out on a few of your more incendiary comments. You've been attacking her quite virulently recently. What's going on there?
Well, you know, it's me and her. We're so complicated. We're on and off. It's very passionate on both sides. You know, I think there's this intense desire to be friends, but a frustration where we disagree with each other. There's a rivalry. But I thought we were going to have a friendly conversation, and then she kind of did the same thing. We're going to go on a show during the war with Iran. We're literally in the middle of a war. And she texted me the day before the United States bombed Fort O. And she said, would you like to come on my show? I said, absolutely. I said, is this going to be about Iran? She goes, I don't do setups. I said, yeah, let's do it. I come on the show, and then she's like got this weird hostile demeanor. She's doing the clip thing. Then she puts it behind a paywall. It was ridiculous. So that really was not nice. And then I think this whole Charlie Kirk thing, I think she's gone insane. I think she's absolutely lost her mind. So I feel sorry for her husband.
What did you feel when Charlie Kirk was assassinated? Where were you when you heard about it?
I was at my house, and a friend of mine who was actually at the event texted me and said, Charlie got shot. I said, who? He said, Charlie Kirk. I said, oh my gosh, that's terrible. And honestly, it was devastating. I didn't like Charlie Kirk at all, and we had an intense rivalry, and he hated me. But honest to God, I was devastated. I was emotionally affected by it. I didn't even do a show that night because I was beside myself. So it was rough. I mean, it was hard to watch.
When you say you were beside yourself, I mean, you hated him.
I don't hate anybody. I didn't hate him, but I really didn't like him. I intensely disliked him, and I didn't agree with him. He called you
vermin, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he hated me also.
But you were still beside yourself when you heard what happened to him.
I was. I thought it was disgusting what was done to him, and it was tragic, and it was horrifying.
Do you fear an attack like that on yourself? Have you upped your own security because of this? Because your profile's got exponentially higher since what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I have increased my security, and but you know, something similar like that happened to me. Someone came to my house with a gun about a year ago, almost exactly, trying to kill me, and he was shot and killed in my alleyway. So I've had increased security for a while. It's a bad time out there, and I do believe it was a left-wing person that killed him. I think it was a left-wing person that tried to kill me. So yeah, I take it very seriously.
Elon Musk said on his X platform that you're a Fed. You're a paid-up hire of the government. Is that true?
No.
100. You've never worked for the government in any capacity.
I've never talked to federal law enforcement, and actually, I've testified to that fact under oath when I was subpoenaed by the Congress. People leave that part out, but I got subpoenaed, I think, in January 2022. I think it was. And I was deposed by the subcommittee, the House Select Subcommittee, on January 6th. And they asked me, did you speak with any federal law enforcement? And under oath, I said, no, I've never had contact with them. I've never turned over devices. So no, absolutely not.
There's been footage that's come out again this week. This is you at the January the 6th riots. Let's take a look.
All right, this is not as relevant. January 6th, whatever. Let me just see if there's anything else to comment
about
on.
it. People were furious that, by the way, there's never been an independent ballot audit in all the states where there was.
Okay, not as relevant. January 6th.
Show. Did you watch that whole show, by the way?
No, but you've admitted you used that slur. I'm just curious why you would use that about a woman with her heritage.
I'll tell you, there's a really important reason why, and this is why context matters. if you look online at the people that are supporting J.D. Vance the most, they are racist. They're racist also, let's say. And they look at someone like myself. I don't support J.D. Vance. And they say, you're brown. You're a third worldist. They are gleefully participating in the cruelty, you could say the performative cruelty of the Trump administration. They say, you're going back. You have 100 days until you're being deported. You're going in a crystal. And then they tell us to vote for J.D. Vance. And so all I did on the show is I said, you have basically racist chuds that post memes about Indians all day on Twitter, memes about third worldists and Palestinians even. But then they want to turn around and support a guy who has said on Twitter, how dare you say I'm racist? I have non-white kids and I'm in an interracial marriage. And all I said is I just said that's a little ironic. I said that's hypocritical. And Vance is going to have to explain to all of his supporters who have gassed him up as the real mass deportation candidate. He's going to have to explain to them what's going on with that. What is with the contradiction? Because
and you
it is
don't
a
feel any
contradiction.
accountability for the millions of young people that will hear you use that slur and think it's fine to use it?
No, I think that's ridiculous.
Okay.
The slur is, I won't say it because the CEO of YouTube is Indian, and now they've defined this as a slur. They've defined this as a slur just over the past year because it offended Hindus. It offended Hindus, and you guys know what I'm talking about. So it actually was. It's just the slur is just a Hindu name. Okay, like. Here's a Hindu name, like Ranjit. Ranjit, that's a Hindu name. But if you use it, if you say Ranjit, oh, you're using a slur now that's equivalent to these other racial slurs. Okay. So that's what they're talking about. And Piers Morgan is now continuing his line of shaming Nick for being racist because he was offensive to the Hindus. So do you see all the protected groups were covered in this interview? He covered blacks, Jews, women, Indians. Like those are the protected groups, right? According to liberal ideology, you can't criticize or mock those groups. Those are the greatest crimes that you can commit. Like that's literally it's more of a crime to criticize those groups than it is to conduct a genocide. Actually, like Piers Morgan has interviewed many of these Zionist officials coming from the Israeli government, Netanyahu's government. Maybe he's even interviewed, I don't know if he's interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu post October 7th. I'm not sure about that, but you can fact check that. But he's interviewed these Israeli officials who are conducting a genocide. He didn't treat them like he's treating Nick. Nick, who said these mean words about the protected groups, these holy groups that you can never blaspheme against. So, and some of you agree with Nick for some of these groups and not others. Like, so as I pointed out in the chat, like some of you will be very racist towards Jews and maybe Indians, but then you draw the line at blacks, or vice versa. Or you draw the line at women. So these are inconsistencies, I would say, with some of you in the chat.
Let's take a final break and come back with a little kind of summary of how you think this interview has gone for you.
Okay.
Okay, Nick FUENTES, we've been talking for nearly 2 hours. What is your view of how the interview has gone?
I think it was great. Honestly, I think it was a tough interview. You're a tough interviewer. But I don't think there were surprises. I will not say it was an ambush because it wasn't. I sort of anticipated that you would make some choices about how you wanted it to go, and I was fine with it. So I thought it was terrific.
As a Catholic, you're probably aware the Jerusalem Post has recently called on the Pope to openly condemn you. Would it matter to you if the Pope did? He's an American Pope, obviously.
It would be very disheartening, yes.
Why?
Because he's our spiritual leader. He's the head of the church. He's the vicar of Christ. So if he condemned me, that would be very
disheartening. And it would depend upon what he would say exactly. But yeah, I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that at all.
If he condemned you because you've openly admitted to being a racist on this show?
Oh, you know, this racist, I would be disappointed if he said that, because I think that word racist, it means something different to everybody. And so I think that's just silly. I think that's just semantic.
Have you ever been in love in your life?
No, like romantically, no.
Yeah, never.
No.
Do you think that's part of the problem?
What's the problem?
Why you are the way you are.
Oh, and what's the way I am? What are you trying to say?
I've given people 2 hours of the way you are. You're unashamed about a lot of it.
I don't think I have a problem. I think I'm cheerful, boisterous. Look, unlike you, I'm willing to be a little provocative. Well, I guess you're willing to be provocative, but I'm willing to be very provocative, and I'm a free thinker. And I don't like to be tone policed. I don't like to be told about, you know, people are going to tone police and play moral cop about you can't make this joke or you can't make this statement. And I think that's just about being intellectually open. I'm a believer in openness, and I like ideas.
I completely agree. I think you should be perfectly free to express yourself exactly how you see fit. My problem is how you see fit with some of the things that you say. And we've been through a lot of them, and I think people who don't know you very well will have been shocked in parts and surprised in other parts. But in totality, they can see you for what you are. I think we've got a lot nearer to what the real Nick Fuentes is in the last 2 hours than we probably have seen from your other recent interviews. Would you agree?
No, I mean, the clip thing, we've done the clip thing. We've all seen the clip show. Everyone's seen the clips. You think you're the first one to do the ADL rap sheet. So here you said this, and then here you said that. I've been playing that game for 10 years. So this is honestly more of the same, to tell you the truth.
It's similar to how in all of my debates, almost all of them, there's a rap sheet. Like, oh, what do you say about killing apostates? What do you say about blasphemy punishment? What do you say about minor marriage? What do you say about the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam marrying Aisha radiallahu anha? What do you say about slavery? What do you say about sex slavery? Like, there's a rap sheet. Okay, we're going to go through this again. We're going to go through all of these talking points again. Like, I have to re-explain everything to you. What about wife beating? Like, what about this verse? What about this hadith? Like, okay, we've heard it. We've heard it for the 1000th time. Here's the explanation. Like, that's how I feel as well. And you're not original. Like, and it's increasingly, it's not effective. I mean, it stopped being effective like 5 years ago. And, you know, this is why the ex-Muslim movement was destroyed. Ex-Muslims, you notice that they're not really popular. Like, they're not really the big interlocutors against Muslims nowadays. It's mainly Christians. Isn't that the case? What happened to the ex-Muslims? The ex-Muslims became irrelevant because all of their arguments just involved, oh, what about wife beating and slavery and minor marriage on repeat? It's boring. Like, we already addressed this. Like, we already addressed this and you couldn't handle it. You just clutched your pearls, just like Piers Morgan does. Like, that's all you can do as a response. So clearly everyone can see that you didn't win the argument. You didn't win the debate. And that's why the ex-Muslim movement, quote unquote, whatever movement there was of that, they used to be very popular, getting millions of views on YouTube. Now they're all gone, or they just converted to Christianity. They converted to the next grift. So you see parallels there with what Nick goes through.
Nick Fuentes, I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, my thanks to Nick Fuentes, and my thanks to the hundreds of thousands of you watching this special live episode of Piers Morgan Uncensored. As I said during the interview, I think it was firm but fair, but you can all make up your own minds if you like what you do.
Okay, that is it. That was the interview. What do I think? What do I think about this interview and how it went? I think it was great. I was really entertained. I enjoyed it. And this is kind of what I wanted to see from Nick in all of his high-profile engagements, actually. This is what I wanted to see with Dinesh D'Souza. This is what I wanted to see with Tucker Carlson, with what's-his-face, Steven Crowder, with Candace Owens. I wanted to even see more than what he was able to put out in that discussion. That's what I like to see from Nick Fuentes, because it prevents him from being co-opted by these people. Like, they see that Nick Fuentes represents rising sentiment, a rising tide, as I mentioned earlier in the stream at the beginning. His views are popular. That's why he's popular. And they want to just capture that audience so they can redirect that audience away from criticism of powerful Jews, Jewish elites, and Israel. So that's their whole strategy. So Tucker Carlson comes and invites Nick Fuentes and is very nice to him and makes it seem like their views are very close to each other. They're very compatible. Steven Crowder, the same thing. Candace Owens, similar deal. They want to ingratiate themselves with Nick's audience so that they can capture that audience and discard Nick. So I think he's more and more aware of that. And what he did with Piers Morgan is excellent. No one can come away watching Piers Morgan and Nick Fuentes and think that they have similar views or that they're ideologically aligned in any way. In fact, you come away with the impression, which is the reality, that they're diametrically opposed. And that's what we want. Like, that's what we want. As Muslims, like, we want the liberal world order to be destroyed. Like, we want liberalism to be completely undermined. And yeah, I don't completely agree with what Nick Fuentes has to say on every single issue, but insofar as that he's attacking and opposing that liberal world order and the power of these Jewish elites, I am on the same page, or I support him. I support him, but it's obviously conditional support. So that's the position that I had. I thought that this was a great interview. This was just a clear win for Nick Fuentes. Piers Morgan looked like an idiot. He looked like a complete bumbling buffoon, like talking about period blood and how he loves like used tampons. Like, who could watch this debate and think that Piers Morgan won? So no, Nick Fuentes definitely was the winner in this exchange, and he needs to keep it up. Clearly, like, you can see the comments. Look at the YouTube comments, and it's just nonstop support for Nick, saying Nick won. Nick has won this exchange. Where are the liberals? Like, where are the Piers Morgan supporters? Where are the Zionists? Like, they can't be found because they're being drowned out. They're being drowned out by the tidal wave of support for Nick Fuentes. That's the point. That's the point. So, what was I gonna say? Not just YouTube. Twitter is the same thing. Like, Fuentes is like ratioing Elon Musk. he's ratioing them. These figures on Twitter. And then Piers Morgan was so, like, you can tell from the interview that Piers Morgan thought that he won the debate. Like, he won the exchange. That's what it was, his self-impression. And then after the debate, because it was held live, he went to social media and saw all of the comments supporting Nick, and he started freaking out. He started tweeting against Nick, and he started retweeting anyone, even random accounts that said, oh, Piers Morgan defeated Nick Fuentes. He was retweeting these random accounts because of, how surprised he was and how much he was coping with the fact that people support Nick Fuentes. So yeah, that is my assessment of the debate. I hope you enjoyed the analysis. There was a lot of super chats. I shared them on the stream. There were some that I didn't address explicitly, but I'll do that now. I'll do that now since at the end of the stream. All right, I think I missed this one. Super Amir says, all Bible figures were Muslims, so America and Europe were promised to us 3,000 years ago. Manifest destiny. Those who bless Muslims are blessed. Nice facetious comment. Mortimer says, Ali Dawah and Dan Bilzerian was anti-Semitic. Oh, Ali Dawa said Dan Bilzerian was anti-Semitic for saying Jewish media rather than Zionist, making the not all Jews argument. Isn't this a liberal view that we can't say anything about groups? Yeah, I agree. It is a liberal view. You know, whatever. I don't follow Ali Dawa and what he says about these issues. So that's interesting that he's tone policing Dan Bilzerian now. Okay. Let's see. Les Boy, I don't know why this is relevant. My Sikh wife is not fulfilling her haqq al-firash. Okay, thanks for sharing. Will you ever have a discussion with Nick on your show? Yeah, why not? Let's see, just for the sake of time. Ahmad says when Nick is pushed just a little, he breaks down. He's been independent for too long and doesn't have enough practice. He's debated a lot of people. I don't think he's lacking practice. And I didn't really see him break down against Piers Morgan. PA Hunter says how to navigate avoiding sin, but also listening to social commentary that involves cursing, like that of Nick Fuentes. I don't think he curses that much compared to any other commentator. And Piers Morgan curses a lot. Like, I had to spend like 30 minutes editing the footage because if you go to the original interview, they're just dropping F-bombs. So I had to edit that. Okay, let me go. What's worse, Piers Morgan or Faris Al-Hamadi? Rabbi Faris? Good question. I think Piers Morgan has a more negative impact quantitatively, but Rabbi Faris is worse for Muslims, maybe, because he can deceive. I mean, he doesn't have much of a following anymore, right? I don't see many people caring about what Rabbi Faris has to say. Like, he's completely discredited. Last word says, Stalin arrested everyone. Jays aren't special. Good point. Dawa Trucker, thanks for your super chat. Brother Daniel, is very ironic that Palestinian genocide isn't being mentioned by Piers Morgan. True. Very true. Thank you, brother, for your super chat. William and Gabe's World, thank you for your multiple super chats. I showed them on the screen. Us traditional Christ followers need to build a strong relationship with Muslims. Love what you do, Daniel. Thank you, William. Appreciate your super chats, and I agree with what you're saying. Sumaya says, I'm not sure if you talked about this, but do you think voting is haram? I don't know. I think that there are different scholars who have different perspectives on that. So we won't get into that topic for this live stream for the sake of time. Again, I appreciate everyone who left comments in the chat. A lot of good comments, a lot of funny comments I shared with you all. If you were paying attention and read some of them, of course. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit a like on the video, and hit the notification bell as well. Leave a comment, and that's our show for today. We're going to have a show for tomorrow, I believe, and Thursday. Maybe Thursday, maybe not. I still have to decide, but I'll let you know if you follow me on X or Telegram. And don't forget Global Ummah Retreats, the marriage retreat. You want marriage school taught by me and my wife, co-taught. We're going to have it in April, inshallah, in Turkey. It's going to be an amazing retreat. You're going to love it. 4 days. Bring yourself, bring your family. If you're single, come as well. It's for you. This is marriage school. I encourage you to come see me in Turkey, inshallah, for this really excellent retreat. And you won't regret it. Trust me, we're going to make it. It's going to be really good. It's going to be really good, inshallah. So looking forward to that. Go to the link in the description if you want to book your spot before it gets sold out in the description, inshallah. All right, guys, that's all for me from me today. Hope you liked it. We will see you next time on Haqiqatjou. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.